I think I think it's Hey Chris, have you heard from Jessica? She was asking Max One or PC Two. I guess she would just go through you, right? She hasn't texted me back yet. Oh, it says go for it. Okay, I'm going to start, Chris. Well, good evening to you. I'm News 4 Chief Meteorologist Chris Uchan here. I want to do a live stream update for you on the storms that we do have, the flash flood warning that is active in the Hill Country. So let's begin, first of all, with the flood watch. Here you can see across our area includes the I-35 corridor from Austin through San Antonio. We've had a couple of flood advisories and flash flood warnings outside the watch earlier on, and now this is the hot spot right now. And I can tell you that the Guadalupe River in Hunt has a river flood warning. Should crest about 11.4 feet. Minor flood stage is 10 feet in Hunt. And so that is now underway here. You can see there's the Guadalupe right now up here into Kerrville, where the intensity of the rain has backed off as the heaviest of the rain now is shifting just east from downtown Kerrville. And you can see this little zone or cluster of storms from Gillespie right down into Bandera County, where there's also a flash flood warning in effect for the western side of the county. Do note these storms here are lifting north. I feel that they need to be watched to see if we do get a cell merger with this cluster here. We get an area of heavier rain in here as they lift north and perhaps get absorbed into this cluster. So that I think is something worth watching. And that's getting a little closer to Bernie. And then you also see these storms here. And there might be a tendency to sort of fill in on this portion and work across Bandera County here. So we go in a little closer here. Let's start up north and work our way down. And you can see, again, the heaviest now shifting down the river towards Center Point, coming in on the west side there of Comfort. This is really heavy rain in here. This is a general zone of 2 to 4 inches of rain that has fallen in this flash flood warning here. So as it moves forward, I would expect the prospects of getting 2, 3, maybe 4 inches of rain will spread a little further east, especially if we absorb that thunderstorm coming in from the south here into it. So there again, you can see Center Point in the thick of it right now, coming into the west side there of Comfort and on down into Bandera County. Here too, you can see working up towards Medina, heavy rain all around you, back towards Vanderpool. Pockets of heavy rain over the Medina River watershed here. So for those of you that are thinking about Medina Lake, yes, that's falling right over the watershed. And you can see some pockets of heavy rain here around the town of Bandera to Pipe Creek now. So this is a zone here of developing thunderstorms that'll flow into this cluster. So this will be an area to watch for potential flood advisories or maybe additional flash flood warnings if the trends do lock in as this cluster absorbs this little batch here. We go into Bexar County, and you can see these storms here are lifting north. So the other batch is moving east. These storms here lifting north, hugging the county line there. So the highest rainfall amounts we've seen with moderate to heavy rain west of 1604 there along the county line, Bandera Road, working away from Helotes. You'll drive right up into that heavy rain. Otherwise, the rest of Bexar County, these are just little light patches of steady rain that we have across the southwestern portion of the county. And real quick here, just want to highlight again, out west, you can see some of these scattered thunderstorms heading up here to the north here. So again, we'll watch this little zone right in here, Bernie, west on 10 to Comfort to Bandera, as this is sort of the focal point in my short-term interest here for the next hour, hour and a half to see how things trend. The rainfall rates, now this is per hour that you see here. And so these are all little bullseyes of some pretty intense rainfall. Kind of give you an idea on that little batch right there. You can see that's around 3 inches of rain per hour, the rainfall rate there. Heavier right here in Bandera County. Let's go ahead and check that out. That's probably going to be closer to 4 or 5 inches. There you can see almost 4 inches per hour on the rainfall rates there. And this is torrential rainfall here in Bexar to the Medina County line. Look at that. Wow, 6 inches per hour. That's the most intense rainfall. But this batch here is steadily moving north. Instead of training or slow movement, it is lifting north, so that'll limit the amount of rain we see from this little path. But 6 inches in an hour, you're going to get a quick inch plus in a short amount of time if you have rainfall rates that high. And again, we'll watch to see how this flows into this cluster of storms that we have here up to the north. This is a look at rainfall today in our 4 zones here. Basically, it's been the eastern 2/3 of the area so far. A little bit of rain way out west, but let's zoom this in here and kind of pick it apart. First of all, this is up in Kerr County. I'll hit a couple of these spots up here just so you can get a feel for. There's over 2 inches of rain here. There's a bullseye on the north side of Kerrville, over 1.5 inches to 2 inches. And in here, this is where you're going to get into that 3 to 4 inches of rain that has fallen in that little bullseye right in there. Here's one more right here. So this gives you a feel for that flash flood warning again for a general 2 to 4 inches of rain that has fallen. And again, that rain spreading here off to the east. Come over here to the eastern side of our area. We had a flash flood warning earlier here, just southeast of Welder. That was a zone of almost 5 inches of rain there. In eastern Guadalupe County, there's another zone of 4 to 5 inches of rain. And then around Seguin, especially on the east side of Seguin, we had some big time rainfall. 3 to 4 inches of rain fell on the east side, and then we'll go in a little bit more to the west. And so you can see the range there across Seguin there. And then a little hot spot right in here, just north of Divine and Medina County of about 2 inches of rainfall here. So again, You can see this is some of the earlier activity that we had in Wilson County, these little bullseyes, and even down there in DeWitt County. This was earlier at a heavy thunderstorm with torrential rainfall, over 3 inches of rain. So this map here will be filling in time. If you haven't seen rain just yet, this is, as I said earlier this evening, this is not a sprint. This is a marathon. This is a long stretch of multiple rounds of showers and storms. So this is the latest high-res modeling going into 3 o'clock this evening. I do think it's a little underdone and poorly initialized in the most recent update with the storms that we have here. So even though this is now going to 3 o'clock in the morning, the model is not really capturing these storms well up here. So they probably a little bit more of an impact than this model run would suggest. But what I think is interesting is you see the commotion developing out west, and you see some activity way down south towards the coast. But watch this. Look at that eruption of thunderstorms that we have into the morning commute. And this is a bit of a twist. Earlier model runs not really as suggestive that the commute would have big impacts. But if this plays out as seen here, that is a real gnarly morning commute in around Bexar County and New Braunfels, Seguin, and Hondo. And this is where you have flooding potential in the morning. If this plays out, and then you can see now I've switched over to our in-house computer model here, so you can see it kind of changed its appearance a little bit. And this suggests pockets of heavy rain early in the day afternoon in and around Bexar County, Hill Country, back towards the Rio Grande. This is, I do expect this to happen. The atmosphere eventually at some point later tomorrow is just going to get totally exhausted or overwhelmed, and it's going to need time to reset or recharge. So there are ebbs and flows here over the next few days, and you'll see this here. Watch this. As this unfolds, you can see how the atmosphere reloads for another batch. Big time area of rainfall here. This is Tuesday night to Wednesday morning's commute. These are pockets of heavy rain that you see here. And then that sort of fades away as the atmosphere is worked over pretty well. And then we get another batch to develop Wednesday night to Thursday morning. Now the focus of this heaviest rain, is in the western half of our area, tied in closer to some pretty strong dynamics in the atmosphere that'll be shifting west later this week. But we still have a rain chance in around Bexar County. In fact, later in the day, we may see a couple of showers and thunderstorms with the southeast flow build in from the Gulf. And then, of course, all this activity here gradually weakens later in the day. But that's a flash flooding signal out west that we would have Wednesday night to Thursday morning. So this is our IBM graph model's projected rainfall based on what I just showed you, kind of give you a feel for what it sees. And the scary thing is I don't really have any arguments with this here. I think it's possible. And you see some massive numbers here. I mean, this is big time flooding potential in our area. This yellow shading, so you see the individual numbers here, over a foot of rain in Eagle Pass, but that yellow shading is getting around 10 inches of rain or more. So look at how much of the area could see 10 inches or more of rainfall here. So that's the graduation here in the colors as you go. It's about 8 to 10 inches, to a foot or more of rain in this zone right out here. That's a large chunk of our area. Bexar County maybe not quite as much, but that's still a pretty impressive rainfall around the county. General 2 inches to maybe 5 inches or more of rain possible over the stretch of these 3 days here. And these are hitting a lot of big river watersheds. So there's the hazard that we have, creeks and rivers. Those that are out on summer break, they're enjoying our waterways here, understand you got to be really plugged in to the very latest for trends and warnings to be issued. The caveat to that is this is great aquifer water for those of you with interest on filling up and charging up those river watersheds here, the river flow into lakes. And this is a big opportunity here for some big lakes here. Choke Canyon down to the south, Lake Corpus Christi, Medina, Lake Amistad. And then obviously Canyon Lake here too. Falcon way down to the south. That's massive there on that rainfall. This is NOAA's Weather Prediction Center, and you can see their forecast, which is more of a blend of models, not just a single model run. But you can see it's pretty close to our in-house computer model, and that's a bullseye of 10 plus inches right there. So maybe not quite as intense, but not by much. Those are some pretty healthy numbers you see in the western half of the area. Bexar is in that 1 to 4 inch zone or more, and then less down towards the coast here from NOAA's Weather Prediction Center. Make sure our 4Zone weather app is on your smartphone or your tablet. This is an absolutely free download here for you, but it gets the watches, the warnings. You could track the rain. There's a future radar product in there that you can use if you want to see where the storms may be trending. in the hours ahead here, but just a wonderful tool to have to help keep you and your family safe and ahead of the weather here, especially over the next 3 days where we're going to be incredibly busy tracking a lot of heavy weather in our area. All right, let's go ahead and back this all the way up on this live stream update. And again, let's kind of circle back to radar. Just want to show you where things are right now with those latest trends. This is where we are at the moment. Bexar County is really in pretty good shape. We got this one strong storm, not a severe storm, but with intense rainfall lifting right up the west side here of the county line. So we go in a little closer there for you. And you can see there's Bandera Road heading up that little tip there of Medina County. Just clipping the west side here of Helotes with the heaviest of the rain right over Government Canyon and lifting north. So you see that is going to be heading towards Scenic Oaks to Bernie, near Fair Oaks Ranch, but this is the corridor that is lifting up into the south side here of Bernie. You're going to have some heavy rain coming in, and you can see this stretch here from Pipe Creek back into Bandera of some pretty heavy rainfall. Notice this is aligning into this cluster here, so this is an area that we'll want to watch for additional flood advisories or flash flood warnings to be issued. And then this stretch here of 10 into Kendall County towards a Kerr, I think could be fair game for some pretty heavy rainfall as you have this cell merging into this cluster. And then I'll want to watch this cluster to see how well it performs and trends over the next couple of hours, if it's something that we'll have to maybe deal with a little bit further in towards Bexar County in a couple of hours or so, if it's able to get some forward push and momentum here. So that is what I'll be watching for. This, by the way, this flash flood warning is in effect until 1 o'clock this morning. Thankfully, the area of real heavy rainfall has managed to shift to the east rather than sitting here stationary over this. But understand that with multiple rounds of storms likely ahead of us over the next 3 days, a situation like this is priming the pump, if you will, for additional flooding potential in the coming days. What we call flash flood guidance is the threshold needed to be met with rainfall to induce flooding. In some cases, around about 1.5 inches to 2 inches needed. And we're already starting to exceed that here. So that'll blow out the flash flood guidance and make it very easy in the coming days to get flooding in short order with heavy downpours up in here, creeks and river flooding. So this is building the foundation, if you will, for the rest of the week here and the risk of flooding in our area. Let's go ahead again, show you those rainfall bullseyes. Again, you can see the couple of spots here of 2 to 4 inches of rain up there into the hill country. Again, one more time here, let's go over to our future radar product here, and you can see as we head to 3 to 4 o'clock in the morning. I mentioned this earlier. I think this is really an interesting trend here in this high-res model. This is the HER computer model I'm using at this point here, as it updates every hour. And I prefer that model when we're right into the thick of it with storms, as it's trying to capture the trends on the storms every hour, initialize them, and see how well they'll do. So this is my lean for the first 18 hours of this forecast. And the big development compared to earlier when I was on the air is that it looked like we might keep the heaviest of the rain in our western half and then have another zone way over here to the east. But now this is an interesting little wrinkle. If that happens, that's a big time rainfall early in the morning. And now we've switched over to the IBM graph model, and so you can see how it also has some semblance of that west to east zone of rain that the HER is sort of alluding to or hinting at. And then we get Wednesday morning. This is another batch of downpours, rain and downpours mixed in here. That's flooding risk. Once again, you see that does hit some of our eastern zone counties, not in the flood watch. And then we have this batch here. That's a lot of training of storms with high rainfall rates, and that's where you can get a quick 5 to 8 inches of rain in a short amount of time in a stretch of 3 to 5 hours if we do get those intense bands and extreme rainfall rates to line up out there. So again, just to show you, this is really impressive from our IBM graph model there on the suggested rainfall that we will see through Thursday. This goes as far as this model will go, which is 3 o'clock in the afternoon Thursday. And it's not just isolated spots. This is a large area. It's advertising of 5 to 10 inches or more of rain across the western half of our area here. So, but again, as I leave you here, we're going to keep our radar streaming here for you on our platforms here so you can see where the storms are. But I will be here through the night, updating you on the very latest here with the storms and how things are trending. And of course, we will see you News 4 at 10 o'clock here. that'll do it for now. And again, I'll put live radar back on here for you so you can track the storms in our area. All right. Well, here we go. Well, good evening, everyone. I'm News 4 Chief Meteorologist Chris Suchan. Let's get you up to date here on where things stand with the storms that are in our area and in what's ahead of us here. Right now, again, this is the one flash flood warning until 1 o'clock in the morning. We have a couple very small flash flood warnings still in effect in our eastern zone. That was from earlier activity. So the flood watch, Bexar County to the west, 4 to 8 inches or more of rain in this flood watch. Some spots could see 10 inches or more of rain in this flood watch by the time all is said and done when the watch expires late day Thursday. For tonight into tomorrow morning, we have been bumped up into the level 3 out of 4 category for flood risk potential into Bexar County. So notice from Bexar County west, this is the highest risk of flooding. That's a level 2 out of 4 risk that covers really much of the rest of the area. We've already had a little bit of flooding in our eastern zone counties here, and then it's even lower as you go way down south, heading down towards Corpus Christi. Out there tonight, there's been this one batch over the past hour, hour and a half into the hill country, parts of Medina County. Originally, this was up over the flash flood warning, and it's gradually trying to push east-southeast. So it's going to be a matter of to see how long it can hold together with its intensity by the time it reaches Bexar County here. So it remains to be seen if it'll be as strong as it is now with the rainfall rates. And I do think that there is some potential to see a little bit of weakening with it here over the next hours. It's moving to the southeast. Right now, you'll notice that we do have a few pockets of light rain in Bexar County. Some of this is radar ground clutter or the bats being picked up by radar. But this is a rain that you see right in here. Kendall County now is into some pretty good soaking rain, light, steady rain around Bernie, but up the road into Sisterdale, heading west on 10 into Comfort. That's moderate to heavy rain that you see with occasionally the lightning strikes in here, a little bit of thunder. Not as intense here as it was earlier when it was around Kerrville to Center Point. So it has been showing some semblance of weakening here over the past 30 to 40 minutes on the northern side here of that cluster. Now you go down here into Bandera County, that's pretty heavy rainfall. It's been coming through Bandera, pushing towards Pipe Creek. And then the strongest part of the storm is right in here, where you see that little collection of cloud to ground lightning strikes around the updraft here. So this is a really high rainfall rates, southern Bandera to northern Medina County. And ultimately, this is pushing towards Lake Hills and Medina Lake. And for those of you with interest in Medina Lake and the lake levels here, you can see that from where this flash flood warning starts, where we had the storms, all the way to where we are now. This is tremendous rainfall that's been falling all along the Medina River watershed. So that is all going to be heading into Medina Lake, and then you have some of the rain will be falling over the lake here in time. And so that'll mean further increases ahead just from that batch, and we certainly have more storm chances ahead of us here in the coming days. Down to the south, a little bit of rain around Hondo to D'Hanis near Sabado. Otherwise, you can see really not much down to the south, a couple little showers in Frio County. And as we look to the east, not much to show you here. Everything's really kind of settled down from the earlier activity that bubbled up and sent a big outflow boundary across. Here's a look at how much rain we have seen. We'll hit some of these spots up here to Kerr County. That's going to be a bullseye of 3+ inches of rain. There, that's around Center Point. Right in here, we have a big bullseye around the South Fork of the Guadalupe. That's about 3.5 to 4 inches of rain. And just to let you know here that I might have to pause here just for a little bit to let a colleague do some on-air work here. So if you see me pause, that's the reason why I'm doing that. You can see here a couple of big bullseyes of rainfall out to the east, where we've had 4 to 5 inches of rainfall. All right, let's look ahead. You can see tonight, storms out to the west in the morning. May have some showers and thunderstorms to get the day started. Batch to the west and to the east, and then through the day. Later in the day, we may actually catch a little bit of a break before we see another big batch develop Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, favoring the western half of the area. Still a rain chance in around Bexar County here. Well, that'll do it here for this live stream update. We will see you with coverage of the storms, the very latest information, News 4 at 10 o'clock. Good evening at 10:52. I'm News 4 Chief Meteorologist Chris Uche. I want to jump in here and get you a weather update on where things stand. Right now, light to moderate steady rain, Kendall into Bexar County. The heaviest of the rain is Hondo north, where we still have rainfall rates of 3 to 4 inches per hour, and that's where we've had our flooding. 2 flash flood warnings where we've had 2 to 4 inches of rain already. And you can see again that this batch is struggling to make it to Bexar County in terms of the highest rainfall rates. If that remains, we will not see flooding issues in Bexar County. It'll stay just to our west here. Let's go a little bit closer in here for you. And there you can see driving northbound from Hondo north right up to the Bandera County line there along 173. That's where you see with all that lightning, that's where we have rainfall rates of 3 to near 4 inches per hour falling in here. This is an area that could see possibly another flash flood warning if it persists a little bit longer. And then working into Bexar County, this is light to moderate rain that we have right now spreading across. So this is just nice, gentle rain at this point, no flooding risk here. And we'll see if this is able to make it a little bit further here off to the east. Already, we have seen some spots here in northern Medina County, up here into Kerr County. You see these zones of 3 to 4 inches of rain already that has fallen here across parts of the hill country. And then in and around Bexar County, lighter on the amounts. We have had a couple spots here right near the Medina County line, over an inch of rainfall from some earlier storms. Moving forward, this is at 2 in the morning. You see we still have this area of steady rain. Heaviest is to the west. And as we click this a little bit further, that's at 5:30, where we are starting early in the day with patches of rain and the possibility of a few thunderstorms in the region. And this would also be a localized flood risk as seen here. That's through 8 o'clock in the morning. Could be a wet morning commute, heaviest to the east in this latest run here. Not as heavy here to the west, but of course the flood watch is with us through Thursdays. We'll see more rounds of rain. Don't forget our 4Zone weather app is a free download. It'll keep you ahead of the weather. We're watching this tonight from the 4Zone Weather Center. Do a live stream update. Okay. Oh, you're gonna let Jessica know? Okay. Hey, can you let me know if she gives a thumbs up on it? Okay. All right. All right, good evening to you. I'm News 4 Chief Meteorologist Chris Huchin here. It's 10:57 this evening. I want to do an extended live stream update with you on where things stand right now, moving forward here through the night tonight. First of all, this is a 2-hour radar loop. This is a composite radar of 2 radar sites between out west and Kinney County and our radar site here near New Braunfels. So we're using 2 radars to kind of scan the skies here. And you can see we do have a little bit of development here out to the west. I'm not seeing that ominous signal of development that then trains in behind this cluster. So I'll watch to see how all these little downpours, how they trend through the night. This little guy here west of Utopia, to see if we get anything where we have storms developing fairly stationary, then kind of following in behind on this cluster. In the meantime, what we do have is a good steady rain. This is a light to more of a moderate steady rain across a chunk of Bexar County, Kendall County, Bernie, up to Sisterdale and Kendalia, Bergheim, seeing nice rain. Spring Branch, working here into Comal County. This is not flooding rain. This is just really nice rain. It's a gentle soaking is what you have here. The flooding risk is right there in central and northern Medina County. And what we'll do is let's go in a little bit closer here for you and kind of pick this apart. Now, this is just using 1 radar too, so this also gives us a little bit of a clearer picture on the intensity of the rainfall versus a composite radar view. And there you can see Hondo there, that's working northbound here where we have a collection of cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. So this tells you this is the strongest storm, strongest updraft. Those are the highest rainfall rates, which are still punching 3 inches per hour or even a little bit higher. And we've already had a few spots in northern Medina County where we had up to 4 inches of rain in a single hour that fell here in northern Medina County as you get into that flash flood warning. And look at that. That is a brand new flash flood warning that was just issued by the National Weather Service because of this here. So as we're doing this live with you here, you can see now that's our 3rd flash flood warning. And this is for probably 2 to 4 inches of rainfall here, which is going to include Hondo, just near Castroville to the west, and just west of Rio Medina here on this flash flood warning there. So that's that stretch here of 90 through Hondo, D'Hanis, you're in it, even though you haven't seen the flash flooding rain. You can see that's primarily Hondo in north. And we'll go a little bit further here to the north here for you. And there you can see there as we work up, there's Lake Hills, Medina Lake, but that stretch there from 173 from Bandera down into Hondo, again, that's a miserable stretch right now of torrential rainfall, a lot of lightning. This is frequent lightning that we have here in this storm. It's a pretty strong storm. Not severe, we're not going to get damaging winds or large hail, but that symbolizes high rainfall rates when you see that there. So again, that is now 3 flash flood warnings. In fact, let's go ahead and just back this up, and there you can see now that's the original from Bandera to Kerrville in Kerr County. That was the second one issued, so this is 1 to 1:30 in the morning. That's probably going to be a 2 in the morning expiration here on that particular warning. And then we have the flood advisory into Bexar County. Let's go ahead and just kind of take this now a little bit further around and outside of that new flash flood warning, just to highlight this is moderate to some heavy rain still around Bandera right now. And then you get into Bernie, and this is when you get to that shade of yellow or little hints of orange in here, that's pure moderate steady rainfall. Not the downpours, but it's definitely adding up in the gauges just at a slower pace. And this stretches across really much of Kendall County here, just a really good looking rain. That's not going to cause any issues with flooding. Spreading now over parts of Canyon Lake. This is a light to a moderate rain that you see here into Comal County. And then we come down a little further south, Timberwood Park, Stone Oak, Hollywood Park, Rogers Ranch, Chavano Park, Camp Bullis, all locations here along 10. Some nice, just steady rain. And then as we go a little further here to the south, you can see a little bit of this rain now trying to spread into the Riverwalk here into downtown, and then not as much further here off to the east. In terms of the rainfall rates, really easy to see the big bullseye here. Again, it's going to be just near Hondo and to the north, but right in there, that's going to be a spot there of 3.5 to 4 inches per hour. And that was the reason for that flash flood warning to be issued, as it's already been pouring out here. And with rates that high and intense, and we've already had a couple of gauges of 3-4 inches of rain in an hour, that's how you're going to get an additional flash flood warning in short order. In terms of the amounts, now this will update again in about 10 minutes from now with additional rain, and we'll see it increase further to the south towards Hondo. So this was as of about 10:15. And just to kind of give you an idea, let's do a couple of spots right in there. There you see 3.65 right here, a little less than 3.5 inches of rain. Here's a spot north of Bandera. We'll just hit that one there. That's 2.5, almost 2.75. Out here in western Bandera, and then up here in the Kerr. Let's get a couple of marks there. You can see that's about 3.5. Let's do this one here again. And there you can see over 3 inches of rain there. And then here near Kerrville in Center Point, there you have a 3.5 inch bullseye. So it gives you some idea of the amount of rain that we have seen. And of course, this is falling in, a couple of key river watersheds up here too. So thinking about Medina Lake, Canyon Lake, this is a tremendous amount of water here across the watershed, especially with Canyon Lake as you work up into the headwaters. That really strengthens the river flow feeding into the lake there. So some big rain there. And then as we look to the east, you see around Seguin, east of Guadalupe County, just near Welder, southeast of Welder and Gonzales counties. Look at that, almost 5 inches of rain there. Over 4 inches of rain in eastern Guadalupe County. Earlier in DeWitt County had a big bullseye too. So we move the clock forward here, and this is at 1:30 in the morning. Still some steady rain in around Bexar County. And then you see a couple of pockets of heavier rain that could persist. This is worth watching. This is how one model sees it. Doesn't mean necessarily it will play out like this. It is a scenario that has potential merit here to it. So we'll see on that. In that scenario there, we continue with the flooding risk here in this small little zone. Now we roll on this a little later into the morning or the night into a first light. This is at 5 in the morning before we get to first light. Here you can see a couple of downpours still in the mix, and that includes parts of Bexar County and around Bexar County with patches of rain. And then that is at 9 in the morning, a large area of rain to the east with a few thunderstorms in the mix. And then you see scattered here out to the west. So this is a brand new model run here. This is the HER computer model, by the way, which I really tend to lean on quite a bit as we're tracking storms because it updates every hour. And it takes in new information every hour, the radar initialization of where storms are and how they may trend in the short term moving forward. So I put a lot more stock in it when we're in the middle of tracking ongoing rain in the hours ahead. And but it does change, from model run to model run every hour. So it is worth noting. I've seen a multitude of little scenarios through the night into tomorrow morning where the storms may be. But the general idea that it's not one and done, that we're probably still tracking some showers and storms into tomorrow morning in parts of our area through midday tomorrow. This is actually now at 1:30, and you can see we still have some scattered showers possible and risk of some thunder. And in this scenario here, the heaviest of the rain in the early afternoon is starting to maybe trend more out to the west and not as much in the east because the atmosphere here is really worked over from the morning activity. And then now we're switching over to the IBM graph model. So that's why you see that dramatic data cut off there to something that looks a little bit different with the color table here. But this is the IBM graph model. And this is at 7 o'clock. And I do agree with this here. I do feel that late tomorrow, we will have a tendency to see things really kind of wind down because the atmosphere needs to reset and recharge. And then it will do so Tuesday night into Wednesday morning with more showers and storms. To me, it feels like Bexar County, Central Zone, West into Wednesday morning will be the most favorable area for showers and storms. Not to say we can't get some activity to the east. I do think that's a possibility. In fact, you just saw a few storms pass through there during the afternoon Wednesday. This is at 4 in the afternoon, scattered showers and thunderstorms. They too have locally heavy rain in them. And then I do see Wednesday night to early Thursday, our western tier, some potential as the dynamics are sort of strengthening way out west in West Texas, that we may see a scenario where we get south to north bands out here of training with really high rainfall rates. And that might be the biggest window that our western tier needs to get through for flash flooding before everything begins to really unravel then Friday into the upcoming weekend here. And you can see even through Thursday afternoon, we still had some bands of some pretty heavy rain out here. So in terms of total rainfall based on our IBM graph model, now this is in addition to what we have already seen. So in some cases here, say like Seguin, where you already had 3 inches of rain or more, especially at the east side of Seguin, could be another inch plus of rainfall on top of what you've already seen. Same can be said for Kerrville or Bandera. This doesn't look all that impressive compared to say some other spots here. but you've already had 2 to 4 inches of rain here for round one. So this would be, as the model sees it, in addition to what you've already seen. And you can see around Bexar County, you know, a general 1 to 4 plus rain in the forecast cards here through Thursday. And then there are these hot spots out to the west. And this yellow shading here, that represents 8 inches or more of rainfall on our color table here. So you can see in between some of these locations in here, the yellow shading are out here, you know, and in some cases here, I see a foot of rain or more possible out in our western corner of our area here. So that's through Thursday. This is NOAA's Weather Prediction Center, and this is their forecast, which is a blend of model data that they use to assemble this here. And you can see general 1 to 4 plus inch rain in around Bexar County. And in some cases, we've already seen that here with round one in spots. And then a general 4 to 9 inch rainfall out here. That there is 10 inches of rain. So a general 4 to 9 inch rainfall or locally more from NOAA's Weather Prediction Center, which really kind of supports our IBM graph model here. Don't forget our 4Zone weather app. It is a free download for your smartphone or your tablet here. It's just a wonderful tool to put in the toolbox here to keep you ahead of the weather here with the 4Zone weather team here. If you're out and about, if you have family or friends are going to be outdoors, it's summer break after all. It's just going to be a tough week for us, for summer breakers and those that want to get in on our rivers, camping. Got to be really plugged in and have multiple ways to get information through the coming days here. Again, this is not a sprint. This is a marathon. So it's not just 12 hours, 24 hours, we're done. This is 3 days of dealing with waves of these showers and storms. Let me go ahead and back this up here and again on this live stream update just to kind of show you, let's go even one click further. This is composite radar. I like to use this sometimes because the radar beam can detect from a distance higher up into the atmosphere, and sometimes you can see developing storms, and usually you will see them high up before they reach low levels of the atmosphere here. But so far, I don't see that real menacing signal out here of big robust storms developing and then kind of filling in here. That would be a real big recipe for additional flash flooding on top of what we've already seen, and it takes everything up a couple of categories. So right now, that to me is not really selling a real big signal there for filling in and causing us real problems here. But I want to watch that here over the next hour or two and see how things trend. This again is just nice steady rain, and then we have this pocket here of heavier rainfall around Hondo with that new flash flood warning that was issued. So 3 flash flood warnings. Medina, Bandera, and Kerr County are in these warnings. This is just nice, steady, soaking rain spreading across Bexar County, a light to a moderate steady rainfall. And right now my feel is that at the moment, that little batch there trying to move towards Bexar County, you will see. It's not, I don't think it has any guarantees that's going to be able to make it into Bexar with high rainfall rates as you see here. But later tonight into tomorrow morning, again, we could see additional showers or thunderstorms pop up into that morning commute on Tuesday here. So in the meantime, we're going to leave this live stream up here for you on all our platforms here. We'll pull back our coverage here for just a little bit. And of course, we're going to be doing some more updates here in a little bit. 11:24 this evening, News 4 Chief Meteorologist Chris Suchan. Weather update here for you. A third flash flood warning has been issued this evening. This one here in Medina County, which includes Hondo. It'll be in effect until 3 o'clock in the morning. And then this is the flood watch that we have that'll be with us here for the next 3 days ahead. Heaviest of the rain continues to fall just west of Bexar County. This is over the past couple of hours. We've been tracking this one batch that's been moving east-southeast. Now it is spreading a light to a moderate rainfall across Bexar County, but it's not flooding rainfall. So this is good soaking rain that you see here. It's right in here near Hondo where we have a core of rain that has been upwards of about 3 to 4 inches per hour falling, and the reason there for the flash flood warning to be issued. Go a little closer in there for you, and here you can see this stretch as you take from Hondo north up 173. Very heavy rainfall falling in here with all the lightning. This is where you have the pocket of 3 to 4 inches of rain per hour. Earlier, a couple of rain gauges in northern Medina County, in fact, registered 4 inches of rain in an hour's time. And that's with that second flash flood warning that was issued. So this one here goes down through Hondo just to the south near Castroville. And then again, for Bexar County, what we see here is just good steady rainfall. When you get to that shade of yellow and orange here, it'll add up in rain gauges, but it's just not as rapid on the increases. So measurable rain to be sure, and it's fabulous rainfall, but it's not going to cause big issues with flooding. Just driving out there tonight, wet roadways, some puddles, and a little bit of hydroplaning concerns in this steady rain that you see here. It is trying to move east, so you can see right now in southern, eastern Bexar County, not as much. In fact, it's pretty dry here way off to the east, but this batch is, in fact, trying to spread further to the east. We'll take this up to the north. You see the light, moderate rainfall stretching across northern Bexar County, working its way towards Schertz and Cibolo. Up into Comal County, we are seeing moderate rain here, more of a light rain then as you work into eastern Comal County. And in Kendall County, we've had a period here of some really nice rainfall that's been falling, steady, but not big, heavy downpours in this particular batch here. Again, the heaviest remains in this little core west of Bexar County, and it really remains to be seen if it can reach western Bexar. I'm not necessarily convinced that that will happen. Right now, the rainfall rates, again, not terribly impressive in Bexar County in terms of flooding rain potential, but when you get here in this little core, that's where you can see there's a little spot there. It's going to be 3.5 inches per hour. So it is slowly decreasing on the intensity rate, but that's still a pocket of flooding rain that we have right here in central Medina County. So those again are the 3 warnings right in here. We've already had upwards of 4.5 to 5 inches of rain in northern Medina County. You can see the additional bullseyes here that we have up around Bandera. This one here, as you get a little closer to Kerrville, these are all going to be 3+ on the rainfall. And then this one here around the South Fork of the Guadalupe. So again, those are the active warnings, and that's a general zone of about 2 to 5 inches of rain that has fallen in this little pocket. We go forward through the night. We still hold on to patches of rain possible 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. It's still very much possible. Could still have a couple thunderstorms that redevelop further out to the west. And we take this a little further, and you see the possibility of morning rain Tuesday, areas of rain or thunderstorms in the area to get the day started. And then that would be through the commute here, 8 to 9 o'clock. Still tracking some areas of rain and a few thunderstorms. Again, the flash flood warning in Medina County, that'll be in effect until 3 o'clock tonight. We continue to watch this weather from the 4-Zone Weather Center, and we'll keep you posted here. Don't forget. You want to do some live streaming? Yeah. So we're live right now. Okay. You need to let Jessica know, or? Oh, okay. Good deal. Well, we'll just go ahead and start updating. All right, well, it's 11:28 here this evening, and of course, from the 4-Zone Weather Center, we continue to watch pockets of heavy rain that are falling just west of Bexar County. So for this first round of storms that we have seen today, earlier we had a couple flash flood warnings that were in our eastern zone outside the flood watch, and they've expired. This one here may expire before long. And then we have this one until 1:30, and then this one's at 3 in the morning that was just issued here. The overall flood watch, which is through Thursday, so this is not just a one-day affair. This is a multi-day event, and it's for a total in some areas in this watch of 4 to 8 inches or more of rainfall. And then isolated spots in here, anywhere in here that could see 10 or more inches of rain is a possibility by the time we get to Thursday. So in some cases, some areas like this first round, seeing 4 to 8 inches or 4 or more inches of rain in that range in just the first round. So we're already verifying this flood watch in some spots here. And then there's more potential on top of that in the coming days. So right now, this is the past couple of hours as we look at the composite radar here. And again, you see this nice zone of steady rain. I know many of you enjoying this. Good night here of sleeping weather with steady rain. On occasion, may hear a clap of some thunder too through it. But this is the batch that's been the heaviest. This was a cluster that came down that produced these warnings, and it's been slowly weakening, but holding on here in Medina County, where there's been a little bit better pool of instability to kind of play with here, where it's sustained this core of heavier rainfall. And then I will be watching with some interest just to see if we're able to get any new storms develop back in here that would have some stationary motion or maybe feed into this. But that's a real big we'll see and wild card here at this point. Right now, the overall trends here is happy to report that I'm not seeing things blossom and filling back in. Otherwise, these flash flood warnings would be escalating in their severity levels here from what we see right now. This is live power Doppler radar, single site radar here, so we're not looking at composite. And again, we'll just go a little closer in there, and you can see the heaviest of the rain around Hondo up 173. Here's 90 right in here. So this is a core of probably about 2.5 to a little over 3 inches per hour on the rainfall rates in here. It has been trending down a bit, and you can see the amount of lightning. While we still have a little pocket of some cloud ground lightning strikes, overall the intensity and the frequency of lightning is decreasing. So this is a little bit of a weakening trend that we see right in here. But still, that's a pocket of some pretty heavy rainfall. And in here, we've already had some pretty heavy rain. And so this is just merely adding to it. And that's why the flash flood warning allows for that possibility of, we've seen 2 to 4 and could get another 2, 3, maybe 4 inches of rain on top of that if this holds a little bit longer. But again, it is slowly showing a little bit of a weakening trend. I doubt that this is going to be able to reach western Bexar County based on its trends. But nonetheless, I do feel that this will be able to support a sustained period of just steady light to moderate rain in Bexar County for a while yet here past the midnight hours. So this is just a good old-fashioned rainy night right now that we have in Bexar County here from this batch. Let's take this a little bit further here to the north, and there you can see up into the hill country, you know, catching a little bit of a break up in here compared to the heavy rain that you saw a little bit earlier. So these are more light to moderate patches of rain. And then northern Bexar County and some of Kendall and Comal County, you see these patches of steady rain that we have in the northern sections from Bexar County here. You know, just a nice rainy night here tonight. Again, the rainfall rates not going to be producing anything really in the way of flooding here in Bexar County. In fact, to just kind of give you an idea, here you can see, all right, you know, so a little less than ½ an inch per hour is the rainfall rate here with some of the heavier rain that we have in Bexar County. Let's go right in there, and there you can see, you know, so that is not going to cause any kind of flooding. It just slowly adds up into the rain gauges. And then this little core right in here, which is getting a little bit smaller, that's still producing 3+ inches per hour. And then let's go right in here just to kind of give you an idea. So where it's a little less intense, but still heavy rain, you know, 2.5 to almost 3 inches per hour. So that's the heaviest of the rain right there. This is the bullseye of all the bullseyes we have here with these flood warnings. Right in here in northern Medina County, this is a spot in here that has seen 4 to 5 inches of rainfall anywhere in here. Let's do one more in there just to kind of give an idea. So you can see these 3 markers in here. They're all in that 4 to 5 inch rainfall range. Up here in the Bandera County, we'll go a little bit further up here towards Bandera, Kerr County. This one here near Center Point to Kerrville. This one out here south of Hunt that produced a river flood warning in Hunt for minor flooding. And right now, the latest I saw in the update on that is it doesn't appear at the Guadalupe River there in Hunt will reach minor flood stage. Awfully close, but it may stay just below minor flood stage. And then one little spot out here in western Bandera County. There you can see over 3 inches of rain. And this blue shade, that's around a ½ inch to an inch or more of rain. So you see this large area over the Medina River watershed, over the Guadalupe, of seeing some pretty nice rainfall here for those of you thinking about lake levels and stronger river flow to bump those river levels or lake levels up. This is a brand new model run here. So this is, we're going to look at this for the very first time together. This is at 2 in the morning, and it's interesting to note that this model is insisting that we still have this area of rain and maybe still a few downpours in here in Medina County to Bandera. So we'll see on that. That's kind of interesting to me. That implies that with this cluster that we have, that in behind it, we are getting some levels of redevelopment into it to sustain this look from this high-res computer model here. And we'll see. I don't think it's a guarantee, but it's just an interesting notable here. And that is, wow, that's so, again, I'm looking at this for the first time with you here. This model updates every hour, so I'm getting a look here at the brand new hourly update on it. And that's pretty impressive here. If that plays out, that's 5:30 in the morning. This is a large area of rain with thunderstorms mixed in, and that would be with locally heavy rain. So this is light to moderate rain, and then you get these pockets of heavier rain mixed in here. And that would be really a soaker first thing in the morning for the early commute or your plans. And that's a little deeper into the morning, around 9:30. That's a pretty large area of rain. And then you get a few pockets where it's a little bit heavier. These are developing showers or even some thunderstorms in here. And they too, as they mature, if they do get stronger, would have some localized flooding potential with them here. So that's really interesting to see that. Now we go into the IBM graph model, and this is at 7:30. So we do kind of wind things down late afternoon to the evening as the atmosphere is just totally worked over and exhausted. And that often happens when you get a lot of rain, thunderstorms, and just sort of uses up all the resources of the atmosphere. And then it needs to reset itself and recharge and pump back up. So we may find that there's a decrease in the rain chance later in the day, and then we watch it go back up into tomorrow night. See that there? And this looks to me, I think this might be a brand new model run here from our IBM graph while I'm doing this here. That's a flash flooding signal right in here in Uvalde into Zavala County. Some flooding potential here in Edwards. And don't forget, we're already seeing a lot of heavy rain in some parts here, so any more rain that's coming on top of that it's going to be very easy to flood. So you have to consider that. But that was a little bit of a flash flooding signal there. Let's back this up here one more time. All right, so that's tonight. Now we're in the morning, and then let's go a little bit deeper, all right? So we're going to go into the evening. Now watch right out in here as I roll on this. See that nearly stationary redevelopment there. You know, that's the kind of signal there with extreme rainfall rates where you're going to get some big time numbers on rainfall. And then you can see just waves of showers and thunderstorms through the day on Wednesday. And then this is a Thursday, Wednesday night, Thursday morning. That's flash flooding right up in here in the Edwards Plateau, extreme western hill country. That would be also a possibility through Kinney and Maverick, maybe even around Del Rio there in Valverde County. And then that's later in the day, Thursday. And I do feel Thursday, late day into Friday, things are really winding down as this overall setup begins to kind of shift west and out of our area. So this will be brand new data that I'm looking at here with you, and you can see the total rainfall that the model sees. This is in addition to what we have already seen. So in some cases here, if you're looking at some of these numbers, you know, that's on top of what has already fallen with today's round. And then you have these areas in here. Now, I mentioned this earlier. This yellow shading is 8 inches or more of rain. So I know you're looking at some of these spots here. Those are impressive totals, but understand that yellow shading, that's 8 inches or more of rainfall. And then you have this area out here. You know, that's, oh, good gracious, 16 inches of rain in Rock Springs. Now, these numbers have been bouncing around too. So don't lock in that this is absolutely what's going to happen. But what it tells you is that model run after model run after model run keeps pumping out big numbers through the western half of our area, and some rain to the east, but not as much. But you see that trend. And so this tells you to have flexibility because thunderstorms are a very chaotic beast. And so a model tries to figure out where it will develop down the road, but it's an impossibility in most cases to tell you exactly where and the timing of it. You just get the general feel through the trends. And so understand that anywhere out here, could be Bracketville, could be Eagle Pass, could be Del Rio, it could be a foot or more of rain. You see how the modeling is suggesting somewhere out here there's these pockets of these wonky rainfall totals here. And so that potential exists. This is from NOAA's Weather Prediction Center. This is kind of a smoothed out look at all the data. They use a blend of models here for this forecast. And you see the overall bullseye. Again, see how it favors out west. This is a large area, 4 to 9 inches of rain. So that's kind of like a safe expectation through Thursday. This is a 7-day rainfall forecast, but the bulk of this is going to be through Thursday. And, in some cases like that little yellow shading, that's 10 inches or more. So, the plus sign there for good reason there on that. But you see how that really favors the western part. And then to the east and south, not as much on the rainfall. That includes Bexar County, where it's a 1 to 4 inch plus rainfall that we would see. If we get 4 or more inches of rain in parts of Bexar County, that's flash flood warning territory right there. So, but this is through a 3 days. That's a cumulative rainfall here. Our 4Zone weather app, free download for your smartphone or your tablet there. Just another tool to put in the toolbox to keep you ahead of the weather here. You want to make sure through a week like this that you have multiple ways to receive warnings, especially if you have outdoor plans. It is summer break, so a lot of families are out vacationing and taking in some of our beautiful rivers and campgrounds in the area. And you got to be on top of your game in a week like this when flash flooding is very much on the table. Have multiple ways to receive warnings here if you're going to be spending any time near those creeks and rivers that are in our area, as they are likely by each day that goes by to go into flood in our region. So again, right now the focus is just west of Bexar County. So this is the little hot spot right now. Some of the modeling suggests that there will be some semblance of redevelopment through the night into tomorrow morning. So we have this zone of rainfall, steady rain, and it may persist for a little while longer here through the night, but that's the batch that's producing flooding. It is decreasing, so then it's just going to be a matter of seeing if through the night if we're able to get new downpours to pop up or thunderstorms in the mixer. But this will not cause flooding. That's the flooding signal right there as we leave you here in this live stream update. Thanks for joining me here on this. I'm here for a while here tonight from the 4Zone Weather Center, so we'll periodically do these updates here for you. And we'll leave this stream up so you can see the rainfall and check in anytime on all our platforms here on the rain and the warnings, the advisories that we do have here. News 4 Chief Meteorologist Chris Suchan. Update here on rain and flooding rain that we have in our area. We have now 2 flash flood warnings. The other one that was issued in Kerr and western Bandera County has been allowed to expire early. And the most recent one is in central Medina County in Hondo, where we've had 2 to 4 inches of rain that has already fallen and still raining there. So we're adding to those totals. Notice we do not have a warning in Bexar County. We have the flood watch that'll be with us through Thursday. And this is for a 4 to 8 inch rainfall that could fall anywhere in this flood watch with isolated spots of 10 inches or more of rain by the time we get to the end of the day Thursday here. And in some cases, we've already seen 4+ inches of rain in that flood watch for some parts of our region. Now, what you see in Bexar County, this is just good old-fashioned steady rain that's falling, not flooding rain. This is a moderate rainfall here. The flooding rain potential is right in here in Medina County. But it's also weakening. It's not as intense as it was earlier. There's still a small core there of some really heavy rainfall, but overall we've been watching it trend down. So I'll go a little bit closer in here for you. You can see this is just on the north side of Hondo here on 173. There's 90. This is still a pocket of about 2 to 3 inches per hour on the rainfall rates. Earlier it was upwards of 4 inches per hour. And you see the amount of lightning is really decreasing. That's a good sign that this is weakening, but it's still fairly stationary. And based on how much has fallen and this persistence here, this could be an area where we're talking about 4+ inches of rain before it finally really fades away here. So let's go in a little bit further up to the north. And you can see this is light to moderate rain in this warning that was issued earlier in Bandera County. That, of course, all over the Medina Lake and the Medina River watershed flowing into the lake. This is Bexar County. This is moderate rainfall that you see here from downtown Leon Valley and around Helotes to Hollywood Park, Shavado Park, Rogers Ranch, down to Alamo Heights and Castle Hill, seeing this moderate rainfall. And this does extend further north on up into Comal and some of Kendall County here. There you can see up towards Canyon Lake, 281 in Spring Branch. Moderate rain here. This is a light to a moderate rain that you see here coming into Schertz. And then on the south side, light rain extending down into Atascosa County here. So again, no flooding risk with the rain in Bexar County. In fact, this is a look at rainfall rates per hour here. And just to kind of give you an idea, this is our heaviest right now in Bexar County, and this will not get the job done for flooding. So this is just gradually adding up in rain gauges, just nice garden yard rain that doesn't cause tremendous issues. This little batch out here, again, it has been trending down, so it's still 2 to 2.5 inches per hour, but it's on its way down here. But you can see the path of the heavy rainfall we've had across Kerr and Bandera County with these rainfall bullseyes right in here. For example, there you can see I'll put a couple of markers in here. This is a 4 to about a 5-inch rainfall that has fallen here. We'll be getting another update in about 15 minutes, which will extend this heavy rain a little bit more into Hondo. And you also see these zones up in here around Bandera. That's going to be 3+ inches of rain. Near Kerrville, that's a spot there that's seen 3+ inches of rain, and also out here south of Hunt. So some big time totals. And the rain is likely to continue through the night. In fact, let's go ahead and take this into tomorrow morning, 5 to 6, 7 o'clock. This high-res model still has patches of rain and a few thunderstorms possible to get the day started Tuesday. And as seen here would be locally heavy rainfall. And you can see then that we get more development through the day out to the west. So this is going to be waves of showers and storms that we'll have to endure when all is said and done, looking again at a general 4 to 9 inch rainfall out into our western half of our area. Plus means isolated spots of 10 inches or more rain. And in around Bexar County, a general 1 to 4 inch plus rainfall is the expectation. I'll show you our IBM graph model here just so you can kind of see what it sees through Thursday. This is additional rainfall on top of what we have already seen today. And so you can see some bullseyes. This yellow shading is 8+ inches of rain here, 8+ inches of rain out in here. And this could be just about anywhere. This is just how one model sees it. And it changes model run to a model run. But you see the general idea. Heaviest is in the western half of the area. So right now, again, the flooding is west of Bexar County. Not expecting anything in the short term here in around Bexar County. Our 4Zone Weather app, free download for your smartphone or your tablet. We'll be here watching the weather from the 4Zone Weather Center. All right. I'll do a little live streaming here. Let me go ahead and add a couple things. Okay. Well, good morning to you now. It is officially Tuesday morning. Time now is 12:42 or 12 o'clock and 45 seconds. And let's start off with the watches and warnings that we do have here for you. This is the flood watch that will be with us through Thursday for a general 4 to 8 inch rainfall anywhere in this watch. Isolated spots of more rain, and these are the existing flash flood warnings that we do have right now. The other warning that was originally issued in Kerr and Western Bandera has been allowed to expire early. So this one here is in effect until 3 o'clock in the morning. This is the flood risk from NOAA's Weather Prediction Center through early this morning, Tuesday morning. Pardon me. You can see the level 3 out of 4 risk that we have into Bexar County. Now this is already verified in this area right in here. Excuse me. So this is already kind of a verification. We also had a little bit of flooding in our eastern zone counties earlier along I-10. So that verifies this level 2 out of 4 flooding risk here. So it's already happened in some cases, and we have more opportunities ahead of us. This is during the day Tuesday to early on Wednesday from NOAA's Weather Prediction Center. You can see it's the hill country west of Bexar to the Rio Grande is favored for the level 3 out of 4 risk. It's a pretty healthy level 2 out of 4 risk in around Bexar County. So it's a little bit of a lower chance technically than level 3, but that usually will support a spot or two, some flooding rain, and then it's a very isolated level 1 out of 4 risk down to the south towards the coast. This is Wednesday to early Thursday, and we do have that level 3 out of 4 risk into Bexar County. And then the rest of the area, it's a level 2 out of 4 risk here. So a multi-day event is what we have ahead of us here. So do not judge the overall forecast in the flood watch just based on the first 12 hours of it here. This is going to be a marathon, not a sprint when all is said and done here. What we do have out there tonight is this area of nice rain in around Bexar County, some of Guadalupe County, Comal County is in it, and Kendall. And the heaviest has been out here in the past hour or so, but this is really trending down. There is a little bit of rain redeveloping behind this, but that's not going to cause any flooding issues. You would want to see some heavier cores develop and maybe even a little lightning, and that moving over saturated ground from this rainfall we've had could quickly go right back into flood. But that is not a real problem right there. And curious to see, through the night if we do get some storms to develop and kind of filter in behind this, but we'll see on that. Right now, that's not happening. So this is what we have here. This is using a single site radar from New Braunfels, so you get a little bit more of a better picture of the rainfall intensity compared to a composite radar. So you see this is light rain, light patchy in Kendall now. Earlier it was more of this moderate steady rain. And then Comal County, it's a light rain, patches of moderate rain in the northern tip, and then way down south near Cibolo Creek. And then this is moderate steady rain here, but not as heavy as it has been. And it hasn't been terribly heavy, just a steady rain. And then this is the heaviest core that we do have right now near Hondo. So let's go a little closer in there. And there you see there's Castroville popping up here on the map. And this little stretch here, 173 to 90, this has been supportive of, I think when this winds down, we're going to see, maybe 5 inches or more rain in this one spot right here. So based on earlier, we had a report of 4 inches of rain up here in northern Medina County, 4 inches of rain in an hour. And then that core has managed to move further southeast where it's kind of stalling out. But as it came down in with those intense rainfall rates, this is still supporting 2 or more inches per hour on the rainfall rates here. So I do believe there's some risk of seeing 5 or more inches in this little spot right in here. This is the heaviest of the rain at the moment, and you can see that's the peak rainfall rate there is about a little over 2 inches per hour on that downpour. This is what we have seen so far, and so this is the big bullseye in Medina County. There you can see again, that's about 5 inches of rain. This one here, a little under 4.5. So a 4 to 5 inch rainfall right in here. In the next 10 minutes, we'll get an update that will likely extend this heavy pocket of rain further to the southeast than you see here. Otherwise, we have some other big hot spots of rainfall up there in Kerr County. Let's take this one right here, and there you can see this is almost 4 inches of rain there. And even that little bullseye right there in west central Bandera County, over 3 inches of rain that fell. And of course, around the town of Bandera, see 3+ inches of rainfall there. And of course, high interest for many of you thinking about Medina Lake and what's falling over the watershed there in Bandera County. That's some big rain, and there's more ahead too. So that's the good news for lake levels in terms of those of you that have an interest and want to see Medina Lake increase. I believe today, I think it was 9.1% full. So that'll be going up with weather that we have this week. Also, same can be said for Canyon Lake, Lake Amistad, Choke. These are all lakes I think they're going to be seeing a benefit from the rainfall that we see this weekend. And for those of you that have any interest way down south in Falcon, with big rain likely through the course of the next 3 days in our western zone, in particular over the Rio Grande, that's a lot of water. It's going to be heading south down into Falcon. So this is future radar here going deeper into the overnight. It suggests still some patches of rain possible, maybe a random clap of some thunder. So, we'll see on this. This is just how one of many models sees it. But we'll share it with you here. It's definitely plausible. I have no problem with this possibility. I do expect some showers and thunderstorms into first light on Tuesday morning. So waking up and joining us for our morning news coverage, Siobhan Anders, she'll be in tomorrow morning, or this morning, I should say, in patches of rain and some thunderstorms, likely in the area in our 4 zones. And then through the morning to midday, just about anywhere in our area, scattered showers or some thunderstorms will be possible. This is a little deeper look into the afternoon, around 2 to 2:30. Still a chance for a few showers or thunderstorm. We may find that the heaviest concentration is out west in our western zone later in the afternoon. And then the atmosphere is pretty worked over. So it doesn't really support big flooding rain as I see it as we head into tomorrow evening. It's just, scattered showers, maybe a random little thunderstorm out there. But then we'll watch this here as we play this into Wednesday morning. And you can see right in here, that was a bullseye there of flash flooding. So that was nearly stationary storms and some training of storms with high rainfall rates. That's asking for a quick 4 to 8 inches of rain when you see a signature like that. So we're going to watch something like that. This batch up here is pretty heavy rain. And then in around Bexar County, we could still get some downpours through the day on Wednesday. I still have a pretty healthy rain chance through Wednesday. Here's Thursday morning, and you can see how we have the flash flooding signal is favoring our western third of the area. And again, this could be anywhere. And I would expect by Thursday morning, generally, Highway 83 west is probably the most likely area where we could get some flash flooding into Thursday morning. I think lower odds further to the east. And then that's through the day. There's still a little bit of a scattered, hit or miss shower thunderstorm chance Thursday, but the overall dynamics are beginning to really kind of unravel and shift way out west. So after Thursday, my feel right now is that we're trending down on the rain chances as we head into next weekend. This is rainfall here from NOAA's Weather Prediction Center, and you can see this large area of 4 to 9 inches of rain possible in our western half of our area. Isolated case here of seeing maybe 10 inches or more of rain is certainly on the table anywhere in here. And around Bexar County, it's a 1 to 4 inch rainfall or more. And so, and again, in some cases, we've already seen rainfall that forecast was considering here. This is additional rain that doesn't include the rain we've already seen today. So this is from our in-house computer model. This is moving forward. So when you see like Kerrville and Bandera, we'll understand you've already had 3 or 4 inches of rain in some cases here. So this model sees another 1 to 2, 2.5 inches of rain on top of what you've seen. And that's just this one model's view. It only takes one set of downpours and you're going to maybe exceed what you see here. Then you see this little zone here of yellow. These are areas of 8 inches or more of rain. And this has changed from model run to model run. So another model run will come in and maybe it sees the thunderstorms in a little bit of a different area and that becomes the bullseye. And so you can't really lock in and say, oh, that's exactly what I'm getting in terms of rainfall. You just have to have flexibility and understand that you're in the signal area for pretty heavy rainfall through 3 days and flooding potential. And so it really favors just about anywhere in here, even down south. I would not want to drop my guard down south there. And so there in Carrizo Springs, you say, well, I'm not even going to get a tenth of an inch of rain. That could easily bust in this overall scenario. Depends on where those storms develop and where they're moving here. In a short distance there, in this model, you go from a tenth of an inch to 6 inches of rain. So there's very little margin for error on exactly where those storms develop here. So again, don't get too fixated on the exact numbers. Just see the trend and the pattern. The western half gets the heaviest. Eastern half, you get rain. And in here too, I will advise some caution because there could be thunderstorms that drop a quick 1-2+ inches of rain that maybe this model misses in the next few days here. So in some cases here, you're banking on only seeing a 1/4 inch of rain. All of a sudden you get a thunderstorm and you got 1.5 inches. So just understand here too, while you probably won't see those real big totals out west, you still could get pockets of localized flooding here over the next few days. Our 4Zone weather app, it is a free download for your smartphone or your tablet here. We get in these big weather days and events. Always like to push this here as an opportunity for you to make sure it's on your smartphone or your tablet here. It gets those warnings. You could set for audible warnings. So if you're in another room and you want to hear the siren go off or a voice activation to tell you there's a flash flood warning, it'll do so. And of course that activates. If you're in the polygonal warning, you'll get that warning. It'll also tell you things like, rain is 9, 10, 12 miles away from your house. There's lightning detected 3 to 4.5 miles away from your house. It gives you all kinds of pieces of information to really help you out. Of course, you could track rain. It has future radar too. So I do want to point that out. A lot of you that already have this app on your smartphone, you'll hit that future radar play button and you can see where the storms may be in a few hours here. And it really helps you out with your planning purposes. That was straight off my phone. This was earlier today, and you can see when that flood watch was issued here. And so understand on summer break when many of you are going to be out with maybe with the kids, family members, friends, a number of our rivers in the area, the creeks, those campgrounds here, you got to be ultra plugged in on a week like this with weather that we do have coming in waves, because creeks and rivers in our area will be going into flood periodically here through the week ahead here. So that is the very latest. Let me go ahead and back this up here again, get you back into a live radar as we wrap up this live stream update here on where things stand. And there you can see this is where we are right now with the rainfall. This is the composite radar view. So this is 2 radar beams I'm using here to kind of scan the skies here. And I use this sometimes to see where thunderstorms might be developing. The radar beam is a little higher up into the atmosphere. Sometimes when thunderstorms are developing, they'll show themselves first in the mid-levels before they make it down to low levels of the atmosphere. So sometimes that composite radar will give me a feel for trends on where things are developing. But I don't really see any signal here of developing thunderstorms. These are just some scattered showers. That little guy is going up, so you can see that there. But, what I've really been curious to see is are storms developing and kind of feeding back in on this here. And I just don't see that happening right now. And this is just really a nice rain that we have in Bexar County. And at the moment, this is just using a single site radar. You see that while we're holding on to light to moderate rain, we're not seeing this pocket of really heavy rain shift into Bexar County. And that continues to slowly weaken, but it's still dropping really heavy rain there in that little portion of Medina County here. We will leave this radar up so you can peruse and check it out at any time here. Through the night here. We'll keep it up on all our platforms here. And I'll still be here in the 4Zone Weather Center, so for a little while longer yet, so probably another live stream update or two ahead here as we continue to track things for you. Well, a good Tuesday morning to you. It is 1:30 this morning. I'm News 4 Chief Meteorologist Chris Suchan. Want to get you up to speed on where things stand right now in our area with the watches and the warnings. And that's the big flood watch that we have through Thursday. So again, multiple days of rounds of storms. The one flash flood warning we have that's still in effect is in Medina County. The other flash flood warnings have now been reduced to flood advisories or canceled altogether. And so as we look at the big picture view before we zoom this in, I could tell you that you can actually kind of see in this general area in here where we're probably going to be seeing additional development through the night into tomorrow morning. This is the favorite area for showers and thunderstorms to develop. So you can kind of see some of the trends here, how they are popping up in a few areas down in here too, right? So again, we've had this one consolidated area of rain, but I think in a matter of hours from now into sunrise, we're going to see a little bit more of an active zone in here of patches of rain and thunderstorms in the mix here. So we bring this in a little closer, we remove the clouds. This is a 2-hour loop of a composite radar. You see how we are starting to see some a little bit more development here. A couple spots out towards Zavala County, Maverick and Kinney County. And then to the east, not much happening at the moment, but that'll change later tonight into tomorrow morning. Or later this morning, I should say. And then we've had this one persistent hot spot here in Medina County that has been tremendously efficient at dropping heavy rainfall. And it's a storm that just won't quit. It was coming down and decreasing, and then it's sort of pulsed back up just a bit. And before I zoom this in, Bexar County not seeing flooding rain. It's just been a nice light to moderate steady rain now for a stretch of some hours here. So adding up, but at a slower pace. But just a good old-fashioned soaking in Bexar County. But let's take this in a little bit closer here into, there's 173 and 90, and underneath that storm, it is 6 to about 8 inches of rain now that has fallen from this storm as it came down out of northern Medina County, and it came right into the central part of the county and really sort of stalled out. And you see how it's kind of anchored right in here. So as we go a little bit closer in, there you can see again, big time on the rainfall rates inside of this. That pulse of lightning indicates that the storm got a little bit more traction, kind of pulsed up, and that produces higher rainfall rates. Not a severe weather risk. This is purely a flooding risk underneath this storm. And so again, there's areas there along 90. You have to consider the possibilities of some flood potential here with a storm like that, as it's just sort of anchored in that one spot. It was drifting east ever so slightly, and it looks like it's gone back into more of a stationary mode here. But something else here with that one storm that's producing all the headaches right now. And you can see the rainfall rates here with it. Let's go ahead and take that little spot right in there, and it kind of gives you an idea of what it's doing. It's back to producing rain of 3 inches or higher per hour right now. And so with that in mind, here's a look at radar estimates of how much we have seen. And you can see this large area of a soaking rainfall, and then you get this one big bullseye right in here from it. And so we'll zoom this in, and just to kind of highlight this one little spot right in here, and you can see that we're looking at 7.5 inches of rain estimated by our product here on rainfall over the past 24 hours and climbing. And so unless that storm moves off this location, we're going to end up with 8 to 10 inches of rain in this one spot. But even up in here too, just go ahead and drop a couple more markers in here for you. And you can see this is, 4 or 5 inches or more of rain. Even right here, that's going to be, 5 to 6 inches of rainfall. So tremendous amount of rain with this cluster of storms dropping down here in this area. I'll back this up, and again, you can see some of the other totals that we have here. Well, I just erased them. But there's one there, over 3.5 inches of rain. This is from earlier Monday. That little spot there southwest of Kerrville, 3 to 4 inches of rain. Even out in west central Bandera County, had 3+ inches of rainfall. And Bexar, just to kind of give you a little bit of an idea, well, this is around Helotes, and about 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch of rain estimated here. Now, near the county line, that's going to be a 1 to 2 inch rainfall that you see right there. So you can see pushing around 2 inches here in that little spot. Closer to the airport, It's generally speaking around about a quarter inch or so, 3/10 of an inch of rain. And then as you go up further north here, just kind of give you a couple more spots here to kind of gauge what we have seen so far. And there you can see ½ inch to about an inch of rain. And then of course over here in Seguin, earlier in the day we had about 3 or so inches of rain here, especially on the east side of town. So this has been just a gradual, gentle soaking with occasionally a clap of some thunder. But this has been the bullseye right in here with the heaviest of the rainfall. And again, one more time here on it. I'll just do another little marker right in there, and you go 7.5 inches of rain and climbing. So this is the HYROS model of a choice for me right now, which updates every hour, and it's trying to capture the trends and move the clock forward in the short term to kind of get a feel for where we might see areas of rain and thunderstorms. And this is at 4:30 in the morning, so this is a few hours from now, but it's really attempting to sort of blossom this area of rain and thunderstorms, which includes Bexar County in the morning drive, early hours of the day on today. This is at 7 o'clock in the morning from the hill country across Bexar eastern zone. That's a pretty impressive area of steady rain embedded with thunderstorms. So in some cases, locally heavy rain and a little bit of a flood risk in here. Other areas, just a good soaking, and any way you slice it, wet roadways for the morning drive and some hydroplaning concerns in the area. This is at 11 o'clock in the morning, areas of light to moderate rain. And then you get a couple of these little pockets of heavier rainfall that are also developing here late morning. And then the tendency is to probably shift more to the west later in the day, where the atmosphere is more supportive of showers and storms in the afternoon into the evening, while the rest of the area, Bexar County East, the atmosphere is really worked over from the early day activity. But then it pumps itself back up Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. This is a flash flood signal right out here in our western zone. That's 7 o'clock in the morning on Wednesday. We do get a flash flooding signal across Bexar County and Comal, Guadalupe, Wilson County through the morning into early afternoon on Wednesday. And then as we roll this a little bit further, you see how the atmosphere then settles down, and then it'll pulse back up with more rain into Thursday morning. I feel the Thursday morning heaviest of the rain will favor our western corner of the area. The western, say 25% of our viewing area, likely to see some pockets of some heavy rainfall and less of an opportunity for flooding further east. And through the day, a few hit or miss showers or thunderstorms, but we're probably trending towards more of our western tier, even in the afternoon, for any kind of flood risk as things wind down in Bexar County. So this is a look here. Let's go ahead and go past this here because that's old information here. This is a brand new forecast from NOAA's Weather Prediction Center. So this is a forecast from NOAA that uses a blend of model data, not just a single model. And you can see they have increased a little bit. The zone of 5 to now 10 inches of rain across the western half of our area. That yellow is 10 inches of rain. There you can see it right there, or more. And so that's a blend of model data here with that forecast. Notice this includes some key river watersheds out here, a number of the creeks that feed into them here. This is a high likelihood of eventual flooding that'll be unfolding through the course of this week here for those that are out enjoying the outdoors, summer break here. And in many cases in our area, it's, getting to the rivers, that's a favorite pastime. It's going to be a bit of a tough week here as the days progress. In around Bexar County, it's a general 1 to 4 inch rain. Technically speaking, that's a little bit of that 5-inch zone coming into western Bexar. But anyway, that's the forecast. You see, yes, measurable rain and in some cases locally heavy rain in our eastern half of the area. But clearly the focus is, Bexar West is the heaviest likelihood of rainfall. And this is our in-house computer model, the IBM Graph model. And this is a new run. So every run it kind of updates and shifts things around a little bit. It all depends on where a model sees the storms and tries to develop them. And so the bullseyes shift around. Now this is additional rainfall on top of what we've already seen. So it's not factoring in already what we've seen since late Monday to early this morning. And so it sees additional rainfall amounts. There you can see again about 1 to 4 inches in general. And then you get these spots like this where it's 11 plus inches here in Uvalde, 7, 8 inches in Del Rio. And do want to point out too that yellow shading, the color table here, that represents 8 inches or more of rainfall. So, in here could be spots of 10 plus, or up here, or even out here. So it's 8, 10 more inches of rain in those yellow shaded areas. And I wouldn't lock in on these exact spots. You have to, in the western half of the area, you have to stay flexible from down in Dimmitt County and LaSalle, where you don't see as much down here, to say Kerr and Bandera. Just any kind of a little shift of where the thunderstorm's set up, and everything changes on the amounts here. So you have to have a lot of flexibility, but you use this as an idea to gauge the trends where we continue to see this model pump rainfall. It continues these bullseyes in the western half of our area, and it fits the forecast from NOAA in the Weather Prediction Center here. So again, our 4Zone weather app, it is going to be a wonderful tool here in the coming days to track the rain, receive the warnings. You could set an audible alert for you. So if you're in another part of your house or you're sleeping and you want to hear that alert come in, you could set those tones for you, or even a voice activated let you know that you're now under a warning. It has a future radar product too, so you can hit the play button and you can see where the rain may be hours from now. And you could zoom right in, street level mapping too, to see the rainfall there. And if we have severe weather, not necessarily as much of a severe weather risk in the coming days, it's all flooding primarily, but down the road, if we have some big severe storms of hail and wind gusts here, you'll be able to see that as well here from our 4Zone weather app. And it's a free download for your smartphone or your tablet. It really comes in handy, especially if you're away from News 4 and you're out traveling and you just want to get that extra information. It's just another layer of protection for you from the team here at News 4. All right, so again, kind of reset this back here and let's show you what we have here with our radar. And we've had this one persistent storm. It does appear now that the lightning is decreasing in it. So it had a pulse up, might be trending down. But if it pulses back up, then we're back to higher rainfall rates. But that has been the sort of the main show here over the past hours. This one storm, pretty noisy storm, occasionally some power outage potential here with a storm like that. And again, the stationary motion here. Right, so that's tremendous amount of rain in that very small area there in Medina County, and then the rest of Bexar has just been this gentle soaking rain. Many of you are going to wake up and yards getting a good steady splash of water without all the flooding headaches to this point. To the north, it's a little bit lighter now compared to what it was earlier, where it was more of a moderate rainfall. So now it's more southern Bexar going into Wilson County. You see some of these patches of rain here for you. And then going down to Atascosa County, you see some of the steady rainfall working towards Poteet. Lytle's in it, Somerset in Bexar County. We go over here to Frio in southern Medina, and you see how we have some of these developing showers that could be thunderstorms soon, may merge into this area of rain as well here. So that's a trend that we would want to watch there with that little batch there. Let's go ahead and pull that view out. We got one little thunderstorm here out between La Pryor to Batesville. That's developing, so that has a heavy rainfall underneath it. And then as we take the view out here to Maverick County, very spotty at this point. No issues out here to this point, out to the west or down to the south. We go back up into the hill country, and where we've already had some pretty heavy rainfall. And these are just little light patches of rain, scattered showers, sprinkles, and light rain showers up through parts of Kendall and Kerr County and Gillespie County. A little bit heavier as you go east of Junction. That's a moderate shower there. So that's where things stand right now here in around Bexar County. We have this one hot spot here. That's the old flash flood warning has been downgraded to a flood advisory. And we could see here we have that one little spot right there. Very close to Bexar County, but not quite making that jump into Bexar County. It's just kind of holding right there. And then as we broaden out the view, the expectation I have is, as you look at this, is that we'll see radar kind of fill in that general area through the morning commute here today here. So this has sort of been the hot spot little zone right now. But again, plan on a slow morning drive. and a little bit of a washout scenario for those of you that have Tuesday plans, today. Maybe you want to head to one of our many parks here, and I've had a lot of inquiries about that, whether it's SeaWorld, Fiesta Texas, or Schlitterbahn. It's I think later in the day, things trend down a little bit if the atmosphere gets so worked over because of the early day, midday rain that we might have in the region here. So again, let's walk you through that future radar one more time here. And you see these rainfall bullseyes that we have. There's that one spot out there in Medina County. But here you can see again, this is the expectation at 7 o'clock in the morning is per this one model. They all vary on some degree in terms of where they see showers or storms. But we're going to run with this one here. It's been doing a pretty good job, and typically it does when you're in the midst of the weather as it's ongoing and in the immediate hours into the future in the short term. That is late morning, 11 o'clock to midday. And so, outdoor plans here, based on this, doesn't look good. But then later in the day, towards the evening, if you don't mind a smaller rain chance, but maybe not a big burst of sunshine, but it's cloudy, cool, damp, that might be the best we can do for the day today here. I think the sunny days and those hot days, you're going to probably have to wait till late week into the upcoming weekend for that here. So this is going to be really a pretty unsettled stretch here for about 72 hours in our area. And that's Wednesday, that's potential washout there as well in around Bexar County. But you see how it calms down late day into the evening here. So at any rate, we're going to keep this stream up with radar for those of you here through the night that want to check in on radar and kind of see where things are. I'm in the 4-Zone Weather Center watching things in the background here in case anything dramatically changes. But right now, that's the one trouble spot right there northeast of Medina, or Hondo, pardon me, in Medina County, where we're now pushing around about 8 inches or more rain. And so a tremendous little bullseye that we have right there just west of Bexar County. But Bexar in general has been nice rain, under control, beneficial, and we certainly have a long ways to go. So we're just kind of warming things up here and getting going with the rainfall that we're going to be seeing across our areas. So for those of you that haven't seen as much, or maybe not even a drop just yet, fair opportunity here in the coming days here. This is where, as I've used the cliche, this is going to be a marathon, not a sprint. So we have a patience game here before all is said and done and we wrap this one up. But that's where things stand right now.
ready, umbrellas in hand. Make sure you got extra time on your hands. You're going to need it. We are going to see more rain as we go through the next 2 to 3 days. We'll keep you updated on the flood watch.
No, I don't hear Kurt at all. No? I have my IFB on. I heard Siobhan. I hear this person. Who is it? I hear you, Kurt. My what? Yes. Yes.
Yes, can you see me and hear me? Yes. Yeah, it's because I can't get my Bluetooth connected to this phone. I'm on my personal phone, so this is going to have to do. But yeah, we don't have time to get the equipment set up, so this is going to have to do. It's raining pretty good though.
Now, your forecast first from the 4-Zone Weather Team, certified most accurate.
Well, we are definitely seeing some heavy rainfall that's already started falling overnight. We have some flash flooding taking place across portions of our area. Just a few minutes, I'm going to come back and tell you all about that. Definitely going to be some problems as we head on through the next couple of hours.
More rain is bringing more flooding concerns for residents on the northwest side. What the city is saying about a drainage system that was promised years ago.
And once again, Eric Cantu, the man who was shot by a San Antonio police officer almost 4 years ago, has been arrested. We'll tell you how many times he's been arrested since then and details on his latest arrest.
While our area is dealing with rain, other states are being smothered by high temperatures and wildfires, where the biggest threats are growing this morning.
You're waking up to News 4 San Antonio today. We're here for you.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Thank you for waking up with us. Hopefully the rain, the thunder, the lightning, whatever it was last night. I say whatever it was because I was out.
Out cold?
Oh,
Yep.
Okay.
Good
Nice.
for you.
Yeah,
I know.
a good time. Anyway,
Hey,
it is.
sleep is always good.
It is Tuesday, July 14th. Thank you for waking up with us. I'm David Chancellor.
And I'm Marisa Mendoza. Good morning, Joy. Joy's here to help us with our morning commute. But first, Siobhan is going to tell us
We've already got
how to deal with this rain and when
well,
it's coming.
You know, we need it. I know we need the rain, but we don't like the flooding part of it. And that's our problem, is that's what we're expecting and seeing already overnight, especially out to the west. So let me show you what's been happening. We do have a flash flood warning. It is in effect. It does include Medina, Uvalde, and Bandera counties. They have seen anywhere from 7 to 9 inches of rain over the last 3 or 4 hours, and we are dealing with that problem, of course, out to our west. This is the area that we are watching. San Antonio, Bexar County being here, we are seeing some rain on our north and northeastern sides of the county, but it's out here to the west that we're watching very closely as we've seen some very heavy rainfall and we are looking at still more falling as we speak. As you can see, Hondo right now, rain continuing to fall. Sabinal, also Utopia's seen some heavy rain. Divine, we are going to see as you head towards San Antonio, looking up on our northeastern side between Hollywood Park and going up towards the New Braunfels area, also have some very heavy rain falling in Bernie right now. So this is what we are expecting to continue, these heavy rain showers, excessive amounts of rainfall as we go through the next 2 to 3 days. So in San Antonio right now, we are looking at some rain falling. We do need you to slow down, leave a little earlier. Could run into some problems with standing water on the roadways. I know Joy will keep you updated. Out to the west, still looking at some development starting to take place. Flood watch remains in effect until Thursday evening, but these counties here is what we're concerned about. They also have issued, of course, a flood warning for portions of northeastern Bexar County. So stay out of the low water crossings and just be very careful because there is a lot of water that has formed on some of the roadways. Today, 87 degrees, going to be a steamy one, but it is going to be also more rain as we go through the next couple of days.
All right, and just to continue with that and what that means for us as we head out the door this morning, as Siobhan kind of mentioned, that really heavy rain was farther to the west. So here in San Antonio, we're not seeing as much flooding, but still very dangerous driving conditions. Yes, we do have standing water on the roads. We do have a few flood closures as well. 5 low water crossings closed right now across Bexar County. That's not as many as we've seen sometimes in the past, but as Siobhan also mentioned, there's still more rain on the way. So we are going to be extra careful today. I do have a disabled vehicle for you here. It's on the southwest side of San Antonio. It's the ramp from I-35 to westbound 410. So that ramp is blocked because of that. And we also have photojournalist David Mendoza live in road cam driving through this weather for us. David, good morning. Where are you and what have the conditions been like so far for you?
Hey, good morning, Joy. Well, I'm 35 south approaching 410 here on the northeast side. We're definitely off to a nasty start with traffic this morning. Not so much traffic, just the road conditions. It's a little wet out here. I've already seen a hydroplaning accident. That's at 281 South and Brook Hollow. You had a single vehicle accident due to hydroplaning. Hit the guardrails. They're currently dealing with that right now. But I've seen most of the active rain here on the north side and the northeast side. So other parts of town kind of spotty, but it seems like the rain is over here for the most part. Just take your time, be cautious. Not a lot of cars on the road right now, and get to where you need to be going at this time. I'll keep you updated with what I come across out here. Back to you, Joy.
David, thank you. We will be following up with David throughout the morning. We also have Fernando out in Storm Tracker, so just a whole lot going on, and we will bring it to you here live with your on-time traffic.
All right, guys, thanks. So several crews out and about. I just kind of want to build on what Joy was saying earlier when it comes to the flood warnings and some of the flood closures. There are currently 5 streets in our area in Bexar County that are closed because of flooding. Comanche Cross, Maltzberger Lane, Mission Parkway, Rodriguez, and Southwell. Nothing really to the east of San Antonio, so that's good news for folks who live on that side of Bexar County. Certainly the north and western part is dealing with a little bit of flooding. Just be safe, and again, as we say all of the time, we will reiterate, if you do encounter a barrier, do not go around it. Simply turn around and find a different way to get where you're going.
And as we take a look at the CPS outage map, there have been sporadic this morning. CPS is reporting more than 1,300 people without power right now. It seems to be in the Balcones Heights area. So we will be sure to keep an eye out on it throughout the morning as if there are any changes. With massive rains moving through parts of our area, we are starting to see it continue to fall in some spots.
Yeah, so we've been reporting Medina County could have up to as much as 10 inches of rain. Christina De Leon is out in all of this. I believe we bring her live. I believe she's in Hondo. Christina, what are the conditions like out there right now?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. We are live west of Hondo. I want to show you what it looks like here through the lens of westbound. I'll show you what that camera looks like as we can show you view. Just a shot of the roadways here. This is what it looks like on Highway 90 west of Hondo. The rain is sporadic. It has been pouring and it has let up just a bit. Lots of lightning in our area. You can see what we're talking about right there. We have gone through a lot of rain. It was so hard to even talk to anybody on the phone a short time ago, but it has let up just a bit. Now, we talked to the folks from Castroville, Hondo, and Del Rio, who have told us they have experienced the same thing as well. So you want to be careful. This is 90 heading westbound. We've also heard about road closures in the area too. I want to pop those up on the map for you too. We're talking about county roads, some smaller ones and then the larger one. The largest one is County Road 471. That's one of the main streets that is seeing some road closures. We may head that direction to show you what we're talking about. We have not heard of any major damage in this area, but that remains to be seen. As soon as day breaks, we were told that police officers in the areas have not seen significant damage. A lot of lightning in the area, though, and as the rain starts to pick up again, we will start to look for more damage and assess what is happening out here. But this is a live picture of what it looks like on Highway 90 west of Hondo. We will make our way back out again. Lots of lightning, as you can see in the area. Simply too dangerous to get our equipment out and do a live shot from here, but we wanted to show you just how significant the rainfall has been. And as we have been hearing from Siobhan, it's going to be like this throughout the morning. We will certainly bring you updates on air and online at news4sanantonio.com. But for now, that is the latest reporting live here off of 90 west of Hondo. I'm Christina De Leon. We will send it back to you.
All right, Christina, thank you. You and your photojournalist, Carlos Sanchez, please be safe. We have learned that one person died on Joint Base San Antonio over the weekend because of flooding that we had. Officials say that person was trapped inside of a car near Leon Creek Saturday. The ME's office has now ID'd the victim as 76-year-old Kenneth Charles Stewart.
Dangerous driving conditions in Kerrville last night as well. Once the rain started, these are photos they posted on the city Facebook page. Officers responded to several weather-related crashes last night. Several streets flooded over and had barricades to remind drivers not to pass through them.
About 10 minutes after 5 a.m. right now, residents on Dock of View over on the northwest side watching all of this weather very closely. They're also watching their homes. They're fed up with delays in a work on a drainage project that the city had approved 4 years ago. Several homes flooded out over the weekend. Many others were flooded last summer as well. And now with more rain predicted not only today but throughout the week, the worrying, as you can imagine, never stops.
The answer's known. And from what I understand, the answer's paid for. Why not get to work?
They're good questions. News 4 pressing city officials for those answers to the question. Specifically, why hasn't the problem been fixed if that project was indeed paid for? We're told the project is still in the design phase. Construction not set to begin until possibly as late as the year 2027. We, of course, will stay on top of all of the changes in today's forecast. Get the latest here on TV and online at news4sa.com. And a real handy app. If you don't already have it, download the 4Zone Weather app, since you can get alerts from all of our meteorologists sent straight to your cell phone.
New video being released on U.S. military strikes against Iran. What was targeted and what's next in the escalating conflict?
A stalled housing project raising questions about your tax money. The News 4 I team is asking now, who's responsible for those delays? Welcome back, 5:13 on this Tuesday morning. We've got breaking news from overnight. Eric Cantu, who you see there, has been arrested once again. He, of course, was the former teenager who was shot by former officer James Brennan in 2022. This is, after digging for the information this morning, we have realized this is the 7th time that Cantu has been arrested since he was shot. This one happened last night at the Gold's Gym on I-10 near Woodstone on the northwest side. About 9 o'clock, we're told there was an active warrant, and undercover officers made the arrest after Cantu apparently tried to make a run for it. He's 21 years old now. He is facing additional charges for evading arrest. We'll keep on top of the story and let you know when we find out more information.
This news comes after the Bexar County District Attorney dropped the charges related to the 2022 shooting against Brennan yesterday.
Yeah, after several years, we are now hearing from the former San Antonio police officer. News 4's Destiny Fuller has more after she sat down with both him and his attorneys.
I think it's well past due, but very grateful for it.
James Brennan breathing a sigh of relief for the first time in 4 years. His charges for aggravated assault by a public servant dropped by the Bexar County District Attorney.
I feel a overwhelming amount of relief for me and my family.
The former SAPD officer was arrested and charged after the 2022 shooting of then 17-year-old Eric Cantu. Cantu was sitting in his car in a McDonald's parking lot when Brennan approached him. Their interaction caught on body cam video.
Would you be willing to tell us, out of your own words, what happened that night?
No, ma'am, not at this time.
In Monday's court hearing, the prosecution asked for a continuance, asking to delay Brennan's trial date further. In this statement from the DA's office, officials say there are recent allegations, including a recent terroristic threat allegation from July 1st, 2026, against Cantu that could have impacted Brennan's trial.
Those are serious allegations. They wanted time to investigate that. We wanted to move forward. James asserted his right to, under the Constitution, to a speedy trial.
The continuance was denied. The DA's office saying they could refile charges in the future.
Do you want your job back? Do you want to be a police officer at all anymore?
I think all of this is so new and so fresh. The only thing I'm looking forward to right now is just seeing my son and my fiance and just spending that time together with my family today.
For News 4 San Antonio, I'm Destiny Fuller.
Brett Simpson is expected to be back in court today. He's been charged with the murder of his wife, Suzanne. Simpson disappeared in October 2024, and her body has still not been found. Today's hearing is expected to update both sides on where the case stands. Simpson is pleading not guilty. A trial date has yet to be set.
Well, we are looking at heavy rainfall that's been occurring overnight and causing out some flash flood warnings. I'll show you all those in just a few minutes.
Time now is 5:19. U.S. Central Command released new video showing U.S. forces launching strikes against Iran. The latest wave of strikes was completed around 9:15 last night. Central Command says several military targets in Iran were struck during the 5-hour mission. It marked the third consecutive night of strikes. A U.S. naval blockade of maritime traffic in and out of Iranian ports along the Strait of Hormuz will also be resuming today.
Now your certified most accurate 4-zone weather with meteorologist Siobhan Anders.
Siobhan's in for Jeanette. So, Siobhan, people are waking up right now, right? They're watching TV, they're watching you, they're hearing about all this rain.
Yes.
Then they look outside and they're like, there's no rain. What
Pockets.
So,
it's going to be kind of that way as we go through the next. It has to do with the certain areas, and of course, if the rain kind of sits parked on those areas, they're the ones that are seeing the flash flooding taking place. Now, not to say that all of us may not get into that situation eventually over the next couple of days, but right now it's Castroville, Bandera County, Medina County, but we just saw something come up as far as flash flooding goes in northeastern Bexar County and Comal. So I'm going to go to the wall and show you all the stuff that's happened. It's been a busy overnight. So we will see what happens as we go out. We'll see these kind of situations continuing as we go through the next 2 to 3 days. So I wish I could say it's just today, but it is not. So outside this morning, you will see those dark gray skies, of course, from our old B. Rodriguez law camera. And we have no major rain right in the downtown right now, but we have been seeing rain on and off throughout Bexar County and even across our western zone, eastern zone as well. So it has just been a really busy overnight hour and into early this morning. We have weather alert days today through Thursday. We have already started seeing the heavy storms starting to roll in. We've seen 1 to 3+ inches in some areas, but we've also seen out to the west almost 7 to 9 inches out towards our western areas. So we are going to call for this kind of a pattern to stay with us until Thursday evening. As for right now, there is a flash flood warning. It does remain in effect. It does include Uvalde County, Bandera County, and Medina County. All of these 3 counties, we've reported anywhere from 7 to 9 inches of rain. So flooding is taking place in these 3 counties. If you are any of those areas that have low water crossings, rivers, creeks, definitely going to be watching that as we see more rain is continuing to fall as I'm speaking. And then as we go up to the northeast, here we go, right on the line, Bexar County going into Comal, we have seen a lot of heavy rain falling in the last hour across this area. So if you are in this area, definitely going to have to be paying attention to the low water crossings and also any of the problems that see flash flooding because it is taking place as we speak. So if you live in these areas, please leave early. If it's dark outside, it's hard to see the puddling on the roads, or if the low water crossings have already filled with water, just really slow down and take some caution. So we are still continuing to see more rain falling right where that warning has already been issued. And so that is another concern because already beginning to see the flash flood issues. Now we're going to see more as we begin to see another 2 to 3 inches possible in that area. Right now you can see Castroville is getting more rain. Lakeville is, Avenal is, Hondo, and it is going to stay that way. Up towards the northeast in Timberwood Park, you guys are getting a lot of heavy rain. Bernie as well, there's a cell sitting right over Bernie, and then now it's beginning to kind of move closer towards the New Braunfels area. We will be watching these areas as we continue to see these flood warnings in effect. So flash flood watch also remains in effect for all the counties that you see here in green. Does include San Antonio. This lasts until Thursday evening. We have a couple of days of this, and that's where we are getting very concerned about the possibility of having some life-threatening flooding taking place. So currently outside, 78 degrees. Our future radar and clouds continue to just show these kind of patterns, the training of these heavy rainstorms that will continue. We begin to see things die down a little bit by mid-afternoon and evening. Overnight tonight, going into early on your Wednesday morning, then it becomes more widespread with rain continuing out to the west and across the hill country and even here in San Antonio. By Wednesday afternoon, we see a little bit of a break. Then it begins to fire up again. Overnight on Thursday morning, we see, of course, that big line of rain continuing to move across our area. It is saturated ground. The more rain continues to fall on top of it, the more flooding issues we could see. So here it is. This is what our latest forecast models are calling for. We could see even more rain amounts going up as we go out towards our west. So forecast for today, just be careful. 85 degrees, the rain continues. Extended forecast, we got to get through Thursday. Friday's hot and steamy, and then we get to the sunshine as we get into the weekend. So we'll keep you updated, keep our weather app in hand, and we'll let you know what's happening at all times.
I hear ya. Of course. Yes, I'm going to take road cam every hit. Thank you.
Hey, 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Good morning, welcome back. I'm Joy Bergen with a look at your on-time traffic, and this morning we have some very wet weather impacting your morning commute. Here's a live look outside from here in San Antonio, 281 at Thousand Oaks, kind of giving you an idea of what we're dealing with. We do have 5 low water crossings closed across San Antonio right now. However, not as severe flooding here as what we're seeing to the west and to the north of San Antonio, where we've received that heavier rainfall, as Siobhan's been informing us. We do have photojournalist David Mendoza live this morning in road cam chasing that wet weather on our behalf. He joins us now with another update. David.
Hey, good morning, Joy. Well, right now I am 281 North approaching TPC Parkway. So I've had the chance to kind of loop the northeast north area on 281 to 1604 to 35 and back north again. I've seen most of the heavy rain in this area where I'm at right now. Roads are definitely wet, but as you can see right in front of me, not a lot of cars on the road at this time, especially northbound 281. So that is our saving grace. Hearing that there is some possible flash flooding a little north of here. It gets pretty dark up there, but definitely keep your head on a swivel this morning. Roads are wet. We've already seen one hydroplaning accident. Just be alert, aware, and ready to deal with the rain on your commute this morning. If I come across anything out here, I will let you know. Back to you.
David, thank you. Please stay safe out there. We also have Fernando out in Storm Chaser bringing us live pictures as well. So we're going to continue to update you throughout the morning on those driving conditions. But in the meantime, please stay safe and avoid the roads if you can. We'll be right back with more news, weather, and of course, more traffic.
because right now we're not.
Christina, mic check, please.
Hi, there's water here. There's water here.
Got your mic check. Thank you. We are about a minute out from the 5:30 starting.
Yeah, we have nothing to show. Oh, Brad. There's nothing
I
here.
guess right now just show what you need to do.
Yeah, sorry, this was a bust.
All good.
Yeah, the rain has let up too. Yeah, maybe on some of the side streets or something, because I see some of the houses do have a little bit like a water on the side, but not on this main road. This main road is
It's open.
it's open. It's completely open. And this is not what the police department told us.
Now, your forecast first from the 4-Zone Weather Team, certified most accurate.
Good morning, everyone. Well, the rain has fallen overnight. We have some flood watches and flood warnings already in effect this morning. Just a few minutes, I'm going to show you what counties are included in that.
A key ruling could help shape the trial of Uvalde CISD's former police chief, what both sides are asking a federal judge to rule on today.
A stalled project sparking debate over taxpayer accountability. We'll explain who controls the money and why the city is now distancing themselves from that project.
An Amber Alert for a missing 7-month-old girl is discontinued, but police say they're still looking for her. Key information investigators believe they may find with a mother's boyfriend.
You're waking up to News 4 San Antonio today. We're here for you.
Some big stories, a lot to get to, but there is nothing bigger than what's happening right now. Certainly, maybe just West Bexar County, but western parts of Bexar County, and our friends in Medina and Bandera.
It's Bandera, and then Castroville also got hit pretty hard. Hondo's gotten pretty hard. It's kind of those three counties, and we are beginning to see more rain in that area. So we're going to show you what's happening. It's changed overnight. So we were talking about the rain. It's now here, and now we're going to be dealing with it. So outside, of course, we are looking at a flash flood warning that has already been issued for, like David was saying, mainly out to our west. But now a flash flood warning has been issued for portions of Bexar County and up towards Comal in the last few minutes. So rain has fallen overnight in many of these areas. We've seen 1 to 3 inches, if not even up to 7 and 9 inches out to the west. As you can see right now, downtown looking kind of quiet. So this is kind of a hit or miss showers and heavy rain. It's not like everybody is seeing it right now, but it is coming as we go through the next couple of days. All right, our flash flood warning remains in effect for 8 a.m. It does include, of course, Bandera County, Uvalde County, and Medina County. So all of this area here has seen almost 7 to 9 inches of rain. They are continuing to see rain in that area, so flooding is taking place. Be very careful if you're in that area. If you can stay home for a while, might be good. If you have to get on the roadways, make sure to avoid all the low water crossings, because we are reporting some flooding. As you go up towards the northeast, though, we are looking now in northeastern Bexar County, going into Comal. This one area right about here is causing some flooding in that area as well. So we are going to be keeping an eye on all of this. The ground is getting saturated. Any more heavy rainfall that we're expecting is going to be causing some issues across the area. So there's chances of rain now through all the way Thursday night. That is definitely going to be our issue as we begin to see even more rain starting to form out to the west. Flood watch remains in effect, stays in effect until Thursday evening. Just a few minutes.
All right, so Siobhan will join us in just a few moments with the very latest. You look at that radar and you say, man, I would expect more flooding here in Bexar County, but so far, knock on wood, so good. There are only, according to Bear Flood, 5 roads that have been flooded out, and they are generally the first ones that always flood. We're talking about Comanche Cross, Maltzberger Lane, Mission Parkway, Rodriguez, and Southwell. Just be safe on your morning commute, and as we say all the time, if you see a barrier, please do not go around that, no matter how big of a truck or a car you have. It's against the law, and you could end up in a real nasty situation. So if you see a barrier, just find a different route on your morning commute.
Power outages have been sporadic this morning. CPS is reporting more than 1,700 people without power right now. It looks like it's in the area of Balcones Heights. So we will, of course, be keeping an eye on this and all morning to make sure if there are any changes.
All right, about 25 minutes before 6 a.m. I want to get out into the field right now. We've got crews scattered all throughout South Texas here. And as we start to see more rainfall in our area, maybe some issues pop up as well.
That's right. News 4 San Antonio's Christina De Leon is driving through Medina County and has just made it to Hondo, where most of the heavy rains and flooding have happened. Christina, good morning.
Good morning, Marissa. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, we're live here in Hondo. We were to get to one of the roads that saw some of the damage. We've seen a little bit of water, but I think it has receded on one of these side roads. We're seeing cars going up and down this road. We're talking 2656, where there was supposed to be several inches of water on the roads. We just simply haven't seen it. And I think that is because when the rain lets up, it has receded significantly. We're going to make our way back to try to get to 471, where we have been told by dispatch that still remains closed. So we're going to get out there and see if that is the case. Now, this is what it looks like in Hondo. The rain essentially has let up, which is great news because that does give the time for the water to recede. Now, we talked to the folks from Hondo, from Castroville and Del Rio, some of the hardest hit areas overnight. And you can see the roadways here. They are clear. When we are talking about some of these side streets that led on, we were on 90 in the last half hour. The rain was coming down pretty good on our way out here. It has since let up. There has been a barrage of lightning, though, in our area, which makes it very, very difficult to do a lot of these live shots. So we're staying in the car for now. But the lightning has continued. The rain has let up, which is great. It gives the water the time to kind of pass and through the streets. And luckily it is early in the morning, so hopefully people are staying indoors right now. But again, we're going to try to get to a flooded spot off 471. Hopefully people aren't trying to navigate or make their way through that area. That's going to be in the Castroville area. And as soon as we get there, we will bring you what it looks like on air and online. So stay with us here as we continue to bring you live updates. There's some more lightning there, and let you know what it looks like in some of the hardest hit areas throughout the night. But for now, that is the latest reporting live near the Hondo area. I'm Christina De Leon. We will send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Christina, thank you. On to some other news right now. The city of San Antonio is distancing itself from a struggling housing project that received more than $1 million property tax dollars.
The News 4 I-Team's Jay Avila reported last week on years of delays in building those low-income apartments on the east side. He joins us with a Waste Watch update on what the city says now.
The city contacted us after the story and said it did not spend $1.7 million on the Friedrich Lofts project, which is what we reported. The city says that money was spent by a city-created entity called the Inner City TERS. So we thought we would explain what a TERS is and let you decide if the city has any accountability for how that property tax money was spent. TERS stands for Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone. The city has created several of these zones, as you can see from this map on the city website. The green is the West Side TERS, the purple is the Hemisphere TERS, and the pink is the Inner City TERS. When property taxes rise within these zones, the property tax money collected on that increased value stays inside the zone and is spent on improvements. Otherwise, that property tax money would go into the city's general fund. The city says the Inner City TERS spent the $1.7 million on the stalled Friedrich Lofts project, and the city had nothing to do with it. But as we mentioned, the TERS was created by city ordinance. It spends property taxes collected by the city. Its governing board includes 3 city council members, and the other board members are appointed by the council. The city also handles all administrative functions for the TERS, posts its agendas on the official city website, and the city answers questions about the TERS from reporters like me. The city provided a statement Tuesday afternoon. A TERS is a financing tool the city uses to reinvest property tax revenue growth within a specific area back into improvements in that area. The TERS has its own board and budget, and major actions require city council approval. So what do you think? When a TERS spends property tax money on a project, is it an independent entity with no connection to the city? Or is it acting as part of city government? We'll update you when and if the Friedrich Lofts project moves forward. For the News 4 I-Team Waste Watch, I'm Jay Avila.
Today, a federal judge could shape the upcoming trial of former Uvalde CISD Police Chief Pete Arredondo. The judge will hear arguments on whether Border Patrol agents who responded to the Robb Elementary School shooting will testify. The federal government has said in the past agents do not want to testify, even though both prosecutors and Arredondo's defense team want them to take the stand. The trial is currently scheduled for next year. Texas DPS discontinued the Amber Alert for 7-month-old Ozana Cisneros after it did not produce any new investigative leads. However, the search for her continues. The baby girl was last seen on June 10th with her mom, Maximina. Police found her mom living in an abandoned home near Conception Park on Friday, but without her daughter. Skeletal remains were found in the park, but it hasn't been determined if they're human or animal. A candlelight vigil will be held for Ozana later tonight at Conception Park. It will start at 7. We, of course, will be there and bring you any new updates on the case as they develop.
Yeah, we've also learned that the police have arrested Maximina's boyfriend, Isaiah Lopez. This was on Friday. Investigators have not linked him to the little girl's disappearance, but one expert told us the police will try to get as much information out of him that could lead them to Ozana.
They're going to be taking a look at a lot of the evidence involved, including interviews with both the mother and the boyfriend. They're going to conduct what we call digital evidence. They're going to look at their cell phones. They're tracking their geolocation.
We're told that Lopez was booked on an outstanding warrant and a gun-related charge. 5:41 now on this Tuesday morning. A World Cup star with a very unusual Texas souvenir. Erling Haaland is getting a lot of laughs online for what he's carrying there.
Well, we are starting to see some flood warnings being issued for portions of South Texas. Heavy rain has fallen. In just a few minutes, I'll show you which areas are included in that.
This gave everybody a laugh. Norway soccer star Erling Haaland, who became just a worldwide sensation during the World Cup, is back home with a very interesting souvenir from Texas. He stepped off the plane carrying, that is a taxidermied raccoon. He also had a bottle of whiskey. He bought both apparently at a store in Dallas when they were playing there. He posted the picture on Instagram, asked for fans to submit new names for his new buddy. They include Cowboy, Ranger, Tex, or Roe, otherwise known as Raccoon on Wheels.
Is it on wheels? Is that why?
I don't know.
Team France fans are ready for the World Cup game later today. On Monday, they lined up outside the team's Dallas hotel. They greeted the team and sent them off to practice. They lost to Argentina in the 2022 World Cup in Qatar, so obviously they're hoping for a much better outcome this year. 4 teams are left in the World Cup, and they are the top 4 ranked teams in the world. France and Spain play each other today at 2 in Arlington. England and Argentina play at 2 o'clock on Wednesday in Atlanta. The 3rd place game is on Saturday, and the championship match is Sunday at 2 p.m. in New Jersey.
Who you got your money on?
I told you, it's going to be France.
France. That's
For
a good
Wemby.
one. Yeah, France for Wemby. You can watch the matches on our sister station, Fox San Antonio. We'll also be posting the latest on the matches online on news4sa.com and our social media channels as well. All right, story of the morning right now is the weather. It is really nasty out west. Real here in San Antonio, we've been watching all of the flooding and the issues. Roads are slick and wet. What else you seeing there, Joy?
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be our biggest concern here in San Antonio is those driving conditions. The flooding in town, not as bad as what we're seeing out to the west and to the north, out in Bandera, out in Medina County. Here in San Antonio, though, still very wet as far as the roadways and then the visibility with the rain coming down. We do have an accident here on the northwest side. It's going to be eastbound I-10 right at UTSA Boulevard, and we have traffic behind it stretching out to Loop 1604. 2 vehicles involved in that crash. We also have photojournalist David Mendoza live in road cam, keeping an eye on that weather for us. David, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joy. Just making my way back into city limits over here, 281 South and Thousand Oaks. I did make my way up to Timberwood Park to check out the heavy rain. Very consistent rain all on the north side right now. Traction is an issue. Lost some traction there a couple times, but you got to take it slow. Also, unfortunately, hearing about a shooting that I'm headed to right now. Crime does not stop for the weather, but just be careful on the roads if you're leaving your house right now. It is wet. It is very rainy, especially here on the north side. Be alert and aware. I'll keep you updated with what else I come across. Back to you.
David, thank you. That's the latest for now with your on-time traffic.
Now your certified most accurate 4-zone weather with meteorologist Siobhan Anders.
So we were talking during all of that. Now we were talking about rain, and Marisa drove through a lot of that on your way.
There was a lot of rain when I was driving to work.
We did
for
not.
some reason.
But I said, I told the ladies, I said I was encountering not 1, not 2, but 3 flying roaches that were
They're those water
dive
bugs.
bombing my head as I'm trying to carry everything out to the car. And then Maurice's like, I don't think they were roaches. They were probably beetles.
They were. We had one in the studio. Yeah,
we
Joe
did?
DiCarlo had posted a picture of it. And then he looked it up, and it was a beetle. So beetles are very important
Listen,
for our environment.
At 2:30 in the morning when something's going like that,
Yep.
I don't care what it is.
Yep, don't have time for that hour of the morning. I'm just trying to walk
Just
from the
wanna
car
get
to
in
the
the
building.
car.
So,
What is happening outside, and how bad is it going to get?
It's getting there, and we're already starting. And the problem is that this is a 3-day period. It's not like it's just right now and just today. So we're going to have to be watching this as we go through the next. We do have Fernando, and I think he's in our storm tracker unit. He is out in the area that we're seeing some flash flood warnings that have been issued. This is Hondo near Tarpley. He's heading towards Tarpley. They've gotten about 7 inches of rain in this area. So the flash flooding is already taking place, and we are starting to watch this continue. The problem is more rain is already falling. They've seen in some parts 5, 6, 7 inches in the last several hours. So he needs to be careful, as well as everybody else out on the roadways, any of the low water crossings, any creeks, streams, any of that area. Yes, we are seeing some issues in that area. We have a warning in effect for Uvalde, Bandera, and Medina counties. So thanks for Fernando for being out there. Be safe out there, and we're going to show you what's happening around the rest of the area.
Freddie.
Outside, of course, we're looking at Raul B. Rodriguez camera outside. We are seeing some rain starting to fall in the downtown area. Nothing heavy, just some wet roadways like Joy was telling you. So be very careful if you're getting ready to head out the door. 78 degrees outside. It's a warm and humid, sticky morning. We have weather alert days. It's from today through Thursday, mainly because we have already started seeing the first round of this rain. Then we're expecting a possibility of, over the next 3 days, more rain falling across portions of our 4 zones. Could see up to 10 inches in some places. So the creeks, the rivers, the low water crossings, they are likely to be flooding as we go on through the next several hours and on into the rest of the day. Flash flood warning has been issued. Like I said, Uvalde, Medina, also looking at, of course, those counties included in this flash flood warning until about 8 a.m. Rain has fallen. They've seen 7 to 9 inches in some portions of this area. Problem is more rain is falling, so they could see another inch or two, and that is one reason why that flash flood warning is in effect. Remember, a warning means flooding is taking place. Please be very careful if you're going to be out driving around in that area. Another one that we're having to worry about is even here, northeastern Bexar County going into Comal County. A flash flood warning has been issued for this area until 10 a.m. They have also seen 2 to 4 inches of rain. It does include portions of the Timberwood Park and going on up towards Canyon Lake. So it is several of these popping up as we go throughout the morning, and it will continue as we continue to see these warnings starting to show up across our map. So clouds and radar, as you can see, it's become more widespread and kind of filled in. And we are looking at San Antonio also under the gun. This is that one area that we have been watching, and more rain is continuing to come in. Hondo, Sabinal, Castroville, going on up to Lake Hills. All of you are going to continue to see the rain over the next couple of hours. Here in San Antonio, northeast side right now, Timberwood Park, going over towards Schertz. You're also seeing some of that activity. Bernie, heavy rain right now in your area. And we are continuing to see even some more developing just a little bit to the south of Bexar County. So it's a big story. Flash flood watch remains in effect until Thursday evening. So this is going to become a continuing issue as we see excessive rainfall over the next several days. Right now, 78 degrees. Definitely going to see more rain. As we look at our future radar and clouds, you'll see the cloud cover and rain continues. Then it breaks for a little bit this afternoon. And then we begin to see it beginning to form again overnight. Going into the early morning hours, we could see another round of rain. Of course, we're expecting a majority of the flash flooding to take place out to the west, but I'm not going to rule out that the rest of us could see some more of that activity as well. So it is just going to be a very a precarious situation as we go through Thursday evening. The rounds of rain just will continue to come in. They will continue to blanket the areas that have already seen the rain. That's where we see some excessive flooding possibly taking place. This is our latest forecast model, 5 to 10 inches out to the west, 1 to 4 plus here in San Antonio and for the remainder of our eastern zone. So Hill Country today, well, you're going to get up to 82, 90% chance of storms, 70% here in San Antonio. Tonight, of course, that rain continues and the extended forecast. This is what is going to be the issue. It just stays with us all the way through Thursday and starts finally exiting the area by Friday. So we really are going to be watching this closely. Please keep our weather app handy on your phones or our iPads. Definitely going to keep you updated if there's any watches or warnings, and drive safely. Just be careful. Stay out of those low water crossings. We'll have more in just a few minutes.
Chick-fil-A is bringing back their Cow Appreciation Day today. If you show up in your best cow-themed attire, any participating location will give you a free entree in-store. Kids who show up in their best moo makeovers will also get a cow cart toy. This is the first time the promo has been held since the pandemic. Oh, interesting. The day honors the fast food chain's birthday, which is today. Its 80th birthday.
I didn't know Chick-fil-A had been around for 80 years.
Crazy. Oh, and look.
Oh, looky there on the right-hand side.
Look at young Joy Bergen. Oh, I love Joy's family. They're the
So
cutest.
when was this? Was this like yesterday or this
It may be, no. I think this is when they were in high school. She was in high school.
Oh, so last year.
Celebrating Cow Appreciation Day with her family. And they get all decked out. Like, no mistake. They're going to get their entree. They're going to get a toy. I love that.
Love the Bergen family.
You know what you would probably do? You'd probably just put like a black dot and be like, hey, I'm here. I'm a cow.
Looking for some freebies. Hey, the very latest on the weather, including the road conditions, not only west, but as it moves into San Antonio. Stay with us right here on 4.
Now, your forecast first from the 4-Zone Weather Team, certified most accurate.
Good morning, everyone. We have seen some heavy rain falling overnight across portions of our 4 zones. We have some watches and some flash flood warnings already in effect. In just a few minutes, I'm going to come back and show you which counties are included in that and also tell you about what you can expect throughout the day.
The areas west of Bexar County saw some of the heaviest rain last night. We'll have a live look at the weather impact in just a few moments.
Also, some breaking news overnight. The man who was shot by a San Antonio police officer almost 4 years ago has been arrested again. More on the charges Eric Cantu could be facing.
And it's a perfect day for free Chick-fil-A.
Yes.
We have the details on the promotion and a special picture from a News 4 member who celebrated just a few years ago.
You're waking up to News 4 San Antonio today. We're here for you.
For those who were watching just moments, how old were you?
I was probably 16. I think that was 16-year-old Joy.
A whole
fun
2 years
though.
ago. Good morning. We need some laughs because it has been quite the morning, certainly for Siobhan. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Thank you for waking up with us. I'm David Chancellor.
And I'm Maurice Mendoza. Good morning, Joy. She's going to give us a look at our morning commute. But first, Siobhan is telling us weather is not letting up.
Not really, and it's here to stay for the next several days. And I know Joy and I are running around trying to figure out all the low water crossings and the more rain that's coming. So it's going to be a little chaotic. So we're going to get out there and show you exactly what's happening. We are looking at rain here in Bexar County. Roadways are now wet. No major flooding in San Antonio. I'm sure Joy will keep you updated on that if that's changed. In the meantime, though, we have seen some very heavy rain out to the west. Of course, you can see from our old B. Rodriguez weather camera that there is some wet roads continuing across the area. As we go outside, though, let me show you what is happening, though. A flash flood warning has been issued. Overnight, we saw anywhere from 7 to 9 inches of rain that has fallen out near Bandera County, Uvalde County, and Medina County. It does include Hondo, Bandera, also towards Utopia, Sabinal, as well as, of course, the Tarpley area. So this area here, flooding is taking place as we speak. They've already seen that 7+ inches of rain, and more is continuing to fall as we go through the next several hours. So we'll be watching this area very closely. Be very careful if you're going to be in this area. We are reporting flooding with the creeks, the streams, and the low water crossings in those 3 counties. Then we shift up and we see another area up to the northeast. This right here continues to be up near the northeastern sections of Bexar County going into Comal. We have a flood warning in effect for that area as well because of the heavy rainfall that has fallen. So the rest of us still continue to see it come down. It is heavy, excessive rainfall. We are looking at it continuing to kind of train over the same areas. One reason why we are going to continue to see this kind of problem as we go through the next 2 to 3 days. So you can only imagine what we could see as far as the flooding issues that are taking place. Just a few minutes, I'll come back. I'll show you a little bit more about where these storms are going and also what else you can expect for the remainder of the day.
All right, let's take another live look outside here. This is where we had an accident in the eastbound lanes of I-10 near UTSA Boulevard. Still only 1 lane of traffic allowed through here. That said, we have cleared out the 2 vehicles that were involved in that crash, so that means we're likely getting closer to getting it cleared out. In the meantime, it is causing some congestion stretching back to Loop 1604. Roads are rough this morning. We have photojournalist David Mendoza live in road cam. He's been driving all around town, experiencing some heavy rain, some wet roads. I know, David, you've seen a few people lose their grip as well. You're also following some news, so talk to me about everything that's going on here.
Hey, yeah, good morning, Joy. It's definitely a morning to be a little careful on the roads. A lot of hydroplaning going on. I've lost some traction multiple times on the roadways. Most of my driving this morning has been on the north side, so seeing a lot of heavy rainfall in the 281 and 1604 area, making my way north to Timberwood Park and then back down here to where I'm at right now. Before I get into where I'm at right now, I wanted to say 281 South and Brook Hollow. We're seeing a lot of water on the highway in between Brook Hollow and Thousand Oaks. That drainage problem that they seem to have in that area. The far right lanes are definitely getting a little full, so if you're making your way south on 281 in that area, be careful, be aware. So I am on the inner west side right now, hearing reports of a shooting. I'm currently at South Laredo, about to hook over and make my way south on Southwest 19th. On my way to the shooting, hearing one hit, and next time we talk, I'll be able to update you on that situation. Back to you for now.
David, thank you. We'll be following up with him throughout the morning. More live updates right here with your on-time traffic.
Guys, thanks. I want to take a look at the latest map from Bear Flood, and we're starting to see an increase in the roads that are flooded out. It's not just the highways, it's the side streets, and that, of course, is reflective in the map. Some of the new ones, Cave Lane, which is right through the heart there of Almas Park, very close to 410, that is now flooded out. Comanche Cross, Maltzberger Lane, those have been persistent all morning long. Mission Parkway and Old Fredericksburg Road. So again, 9 roads. And if there are 9, that likely means there are more, simply because A lot of these are just side streets, and if those side streets are flooding out, unfortunately, probably many other ones are as well. Bottom line here, you know your morning commute. If you travel a road that is generally flooded out when it rains, try to find a alternative route, and if you encounter a barrier, I'll tell you, you know what I'm about to say. Do not go around it. Simply turn around and find a different way to get to where you're going on this Tuesday morning.
Driving conditions in Kerrville last night quickly turned intense when the rain started. These are photos that were shared by the city. Officers were responding to several weather-related crashes, although it's unclear how many. Several streets also had barricades. Officials are reminding folks to, again, do not drive past them, just turn around when you see a barricade.
Also, we've learned that one person died on Joint Base San Antonio over the weekend because of flooding. Officials say that person was trapped inside of a car near Leon Creek on Saturday. The medical examiner has ID'd the victim as 76-year-old Kenneth Charles Stewart. The man shot by a San Antonio police officer 4 years ago arrested once again overnight. Details on new charges that he's possibly facing.
A deadly shooting involving ICE agents sparks new backlash for the Department of Homeland Security. What officials say happened.
And Samsung is back on top. Why Apple has lost its grip in the lead in the global smartphone race.
Well, flood warnings have been issued for several parts of our area. In just a few minutes, I'll tell you about what's happening and also what we're going to see for the remainder of the day.
New this morning, Eric Cantu has been arrested once again. Cantu was shot by former officer James Brennan in 2022. This is the 7th time he's been arrested. It happened last night at the Gold's Gym on I-10 near Woodstone on the northwest side around 9 o'clock. We're told there was an active warrant and undercover officers made the arrest after he apparently tried to make a run for it. 21-year-old is now facing additional charges for evading arrest. We, of course, will be sure to keep you updated as we learn more details.
Ex-police officer James Brennan now talking for the first time since that shooting of Eric Cantu back in 2022. Brennan has waited 4 years for his day in court. The DA dropped the charges yesterday of aggravated assault against him, and as you would guess that's a weight off his shoulders. The twist here, the shocking twist for many, is that the prosecution had asked for a continuance because of other accusations that Cantu is facing. And then, coincidentally, he had another charge against him last night. Well, Brennan's defense asserted his right to a speedy trial. That ultimately led to the dismissal. He says simply he's ready to get on with his life.
I think all of this is so new and so fresh. The only thing I'm looking forward to right now is just seeing my son and my fiance and just spending that time together with my family today and deal with that later.
He says he's not sure, he hasn't made a decision on if he will rejoin San Antonio Police. The DA's office says it could, however, bring those charges back at a later date.
Brad Simpson is expected to be back in court today. He's been charged with the murder of his wife, Suzanne. Simpson disappeared in October 2024, and her body has still not been found. Today's hearing is expected to update both sides on where the case stands. Brad Simpson is pleading not guilty. A trial date has yet to be set. SAISD is looking to hire more teachers for the upcoming school year. How you can land an in-person interview later today. If you're looking for a job in education, San Antonio ISD is hiring. The district is hosting its Summer Educator Career Fair Day from 2 to 4 this afternoon at Breckenridge High School. There will be on-site interviews and hiring for teachers and instructional assistants for the upcoming school year. You are encouraged to register online before going. Just head to saisd.net.
Now your certified most accurate four-zone weather with meteorologist Siobhan Anders.
All right, Siobhan's going to walk us through everything. We got crews out there. There's so much going on to talk about. And sometimes there's so much information, you can boil it down to the way one viewer of ours described this. Okay. And so a shout out to our good friend Bridget Embry, who simply said to me in an email here, she said, the rain is grody.
It's grody.
And I laughed and I said, that is a phrase from the 1980s. It is grody to the max.
To the max.
The rain is awful out there right now, and it is
Yes.
making quite the mess for a morning commute.
Yeah, and of course, we're very leery of flooding around this area, and it's starting to become an issue even this morning, and we have a couple of days to go, so we're very concerned. And that's one reason why we're asking everybody to download our weather app for you, News 4's weather app. Also, keep weather aware, pay attention, and just stay away from anything that usually floods, because it will be flooding. That's all I can probably tell you as we go through the next several days. So we don't want anything happening to anybody. We got the rest of summer to enjoy.
There
so
you go.
outside, let's go and show you what's going on. Yes, it is raining, and even in downtown right now, we are seeing some wet roadways. We have not seen the heaviest amounts of rain in San Antonio and Bexar County. However, out to our west, overnight has seen very heavy rainfall. In fact, we are looking at, of course, a really steamy start to this morning at 77 degrees. So here's what we have been dealing with. Overnight, we have especially seen some very heavy rain in these three counties here. Bandera, Medina, and Uvalde counties. It's all of the ones that you see outlined in red. They now have extended it also towards the Uvalde area as well. So those four counties now are included in a flash flood warning, which means flooding is taking place. And we are asking people in that area to be very careful, to stay away from the low water crossings, and to be weather aware, because this is an area that definitely is going to begin to see some major issues as we see more rain is continuing to fall. They've already seen 7 inches plus in the Tarpley area and 7 to 9 inches near Hondo and going up towards Castroville. So be very careful in those areas. Also up towards San Antonio, we are included in a flash flood watch. However, a flash flood warning has now been issued for northeastern sections of Bexar County, extending all the way up to majority of Comal County. That is another area, of course, with the rivers, Comal River and the Guadalupe River. We could see some major problems going on there as well. Rain continues to fall over these areas, and so that's only going to add to our issue. As you can see by radar, more widespread heavy rain is starting to take place, especially off to the west. Right now in the Sabinal area, looking down towards Uvalde, going up towards Lakey, that is one area of some very heavy rainfall. If you notice, right between Uvalde and Sabinal is where we're beginning to see some very heavy rain, 1 to 3 inches of rain per hour. And then as we move on over to Bexar County, you will see we are still seeing more rain here, beginning to see some heavier pockets starting to form. So if you're getting ready to head out to work or need to get up and get out of here, you're definitely going to need to be careful. Roads are starting to pond. I know Joy will keep you updated on any of the road closures. Any of them that have any problems in the past, they're going to be having some problems this morning. So we're going to keep an eye on all of it for you. Flash flood watch remains in effect for all of the area that you see here in green. The problem is it's not just for now and today. This flood watch extends all the way until Thursday. So as you can see, with the amount that's already fallen and more rain in the forecast, we could see some extensive and torrential flooding taking place as we go through the next several days. Future radar continues to show that rain. It builds throughout the overnight hours into the early morning hours, dies down a little bit this afternoon, but then it fires back up overnight. We begin to see that rain rolling back in by tomorrow morning over the same areas, that training situation. And then again, as Thursday afternoon, we go into Thursday morning, another big round and a big pathway of heavy rain continuing. Some areas we're saying possibly out to the west, 10 to almost 15 inches is what we could possibly see. That plus sign is what we're watching. Could be even higher than what this model is showing. Here in San Antonio, 1 to almost 5+ inches is what we're expecting. So the rain is here. Be very careful. If you can stay indoors for a little while, kind of let it die down. By midday, lunchtime, things should get a little bit better. We have to get through our Thursday night and into Friday morning. Finally, the dry air rolls in, temperatures go back up, and the sun begins to shine. So we'll keep you updated. Please keep our weather app in hand, and we'll let you know what's happening if there's any more watches and warnings that have been issued.
All right, Siobhan, thank you. And download that 4Zone weather app. Just 2% of Americans are farmers, yet they help feed the entire country. How family farms and new technology are still keeping our country and their food supply growing.
Welcome back. I'm Joy Bergen with a look at your on-time traffic. And this morning we have photojournalist David Mendoza live on the scene of a shooting. So he's been following the weather for us all morning, which as you can see is still absolutely a factor out there. But then there's this. So I want to turn it over to him. David, you've spoken to police on the scene. What are we dealing with?
Hey, good morning, Joy. So yeah, right now I'm at the intersection of Clock Lane and Media for reports of a shooting. Now, what an SAPD sergeant tells me is that we have one person hit. He was shot through the arm. That bullet went into his ribs. He was transported to the hospital in unknown condition. Now, police also tell me that when they arrived on scene, that this man was alert, conscious, and talking. But again, it's unknown what condition he currently is in. Right now, police are processing a lot of shell casings on the ground at the corner of Cloak Lane and Media. Again, the suspect is not really known at this point. They've given me a brief description of a possible red sedan fleeing the area. They can't fully call it a drive-by as they think that this person, the victim, might have been suspected or targeted for this shooting. Still working on getting more details. Right now, there is an active crime scene. I will keep you updated with what else I find. Back to you.
David, thank you. We appreciate your work there. We'll continue to follow up with him throughout the morning. We're also following some accidents this morning on the northeast side of I-35 southbound as you're approaching Walsham Road. We have a crash there. We've been following this accident on the northwest side, I-10 eastbound at UTSA Boulevard. Live picture here showing us we now have 2 lanes open. That's an improvement from the 1 lane that we started with, but still clearly causing some congestion. It is wet out there. We do have some mild flooding here in San Antonio. More severe flooding potential out to the west and north of San Antonio because of the heavier rain that we've seen there. That's the latest with your on-time traffic.
Well, as America celebrates its 250th birthday this year, we have spent weeks honoring the folks who make this country what it is, as great as it is. And to many, the backbone is the farmers.
The National News Desk, Taylor Murray, brings us a look at agriculture in America and the pivotal role farmers play in supporting our growing nation.
From the fiber in the clothes on our backs to the plants used in life-saving medicines to the food on our tables, agriculture touches nearly every part of our daily lives. From coast to coast across America's diverse agricultural regions, you'll find the backbone of our great nation, the farmers.
We say all the time that agriculture is national security.
In the heartland lies the Corn Belt. Fertile soil and endless fields travel west into the Great Plains. Amber waves of grain sway beneath open skies in America's breadbasket. Further south to Texas, Oklahoma, and neighboring states, it's cattle country. In the upper Midwest, you'll find the Dairy Belt. In the south and southeast, long growing seasons and abundant water resources support rice, cotton, delicious fruits and vegetables. Some crops native to North America, like cranberries, are harvested nationwide from the east to the Pacific Northwest. Farms and farmers we all depend on.
America has a rich history around agriculture.
Third-generation farmer and American Farm Bureau Federation president Zippy Duvall says as the country has grown, so has the demand placed on farmers, yet fewer people are making a living from the land.
When our country was created, about 90% of the people across the country were farming, and now it's less than 2%.
When you break down the 2%, it's families feeding families.
97% of those farms are owned by families.
Those family-run farms are incredibly resourceful.
You might have 5 or 6 family members that are farming on their own, but they come together to create one big farm to be able to utilize and be more efficient with the equipment.
Innovation in agriculture also key in helping America's small percentage of farmers grow enough food while minimizing their impact on the environment.
A great example of that is precision agriculture, where instead of spraying the whole field trying to kill a certain weed, now the technology allows us just to spray the weed.
Every every meal begins with a farmer. So next time you sit down to dine, remember, if 2% of the population is farming, that means
98% of the population has the opportunity to go out and meet all their dreams and be whatever they want to be in life and be the best at it.
when you include the industries that support farmers, such as food processors, manufacturers, and transporters, the agriculture sector supports roughly 30% of American jobs. For Amazing America, I'm Taylor Murray with the National News Desk.
All right, we're approaching 6:30 right now. DoorDash says the cheapest burger combo in America, actually up the road in Austin. How much a meal costs there and how that stacks up against burger meals here in San Antonio.
Hi. ICE tactics are once again back in the spotlight with immigration arrests up nationwide. Okay.
You're waking up to News 4 San Antonio today. We're here for you.
All right, thank you for waking up with us. It's been quite the morning, and certainly overnight as well with all the rain and weather we're getting. We are about 10 minutes away now from the start of Nonstop News.
But before we get there, let's get a quick check of the weather with Siobhan. Good morning, Siobhan.
Hi, Siobhan.
There we are. Good morning. Hope you guys are doing okay this morning. We are getting up and getting at it, but we have a lot of rain that's fallen overnight, especially to the west of Bexar County, and there are some flash flooding taking place already as we speak. Here in San Antonio right now, yes, the rain has come and gone, but it is still raining in some portions of Bexar County, so if you're getting ready to head out the door, give yourself a little extra time. Definitely are we seeing that rain continuing as we go through the early morning hours. So right now, flash flood warning has been issued until 8 a.m. It does include Bandera County, Uvalde County, and also Medina County. All of this area here extending down towards Uvalde, Sabinal, Utopia, Bandera, Tarpley, Hondo, all of that area, Castroville as well. Anywhere from 7 to 9 inches of rain has already fallen, and in the last couple of hours, we're expecting at least another 2 to 3 is falling as well. So flooding is taking place in those counties. Please be careful if you're going to be out and about. Low water crossings, the creeks, the streams, all all of them we are taking precautions with. Another area that we're watching, of course, is up here to the northeast. It does include northeastern Bexar County, 46 that runs across from Bernie all the way to New Braunfels. That is one section that is also included. It's a portion of Comal County as well. They've seen a lot of heavy rain. Of course, up in this area is also where we begin to see the Guadalupe River, the Comal River, and numerous of the creeks. So that is going to be extended until 10 a.m. as flooding is taking place in that area. As you look at radar, unfortunately, there's just more rain continuing to train across these areas. San Antonio right now, the rain is falling. If you're getting ready to head out the door, you're going to deal with some heavy rainfall in some parts, pockets of heavier rainfall, and then you'll begin to see, of course, some ponding on the roadways. Also looking out towards the west, Canepa, Sabinal, you guys have a big thunderstorm kind of sitting right over you right now. Lots of lightning being reported with that storm. It is going to be dropping some heavy amounts of rainfall. Unfortunately, flood watch remains in effect. It's going to stay in effect until Thursday evening. We do have the potential for some life-threatening flooding taking place, especially west. We'll be watching it for you, of course, throughout the morning and on in for the next couple of days.
Siobhan, thank you. 6:33 now. We'll check back in with Siobhan here in a few minutes. For the second time in less than a week, though, federal agents shot and killed a man during an immigration enforcement operation. This time, it happened in Maine.
An ICE spokesperson says an agent fired his gun because he feared for public safety when the person tried to drive off. Now the community is angry and lawmakers want answers. NBC's Alice Barr joins us live from Washington with the very latest. Good morning, Alice.
Good morning, Marisa and David. ICE tactics are once again back in the spotlight with immigration arrests up nationwide and now 2 communities demanding answers after fatal shootings.
A community vigil in Maine overnight, where there's a growing outcry over an ICE officer fatally shooting a man. This video shows a white car driving in a circle with an ICE officer trying to grab the door handle. It's not clear if this was before or after the shots were fired. Another video shows what appears to be federal agents pulling a limp body from a car and putting the man's hands behind his back. In a statement, an ICE spokesperson said the vehicle attempted to flee and that, fearing for public safety, an officer fired his weapon, saying ICE was there conducting targeted surveillance on the last known address of someone with a final order of removal when a person who was not in the country legally left the house in the car. But Maine Independent Senator Angus King says the Homeland Security Secretary told him the intended target is not who was killed.
The person they were after was not the guy they ended up shooting. And then, as you say, the statement does not allege that the officer felt that he was in danger.
2 immigrant rights organizations tell NBC News the man killed was a 26-year-old from Colombia who was authorized to work in the U.S. and had been issued a Social Security number. Authorities have not publicly identified him. The ICE officer was not wearing a body camera, also the case in another recent fatal ICE shooting in Houston, where Homeland Security says the man weaponized a vehicle against officers, though some Texas officials question that, adding that man had lived in the U.S. for 35 years and was also not ICE's target.
The DHS Inspector General's office is now investigating the Maine shooting, according to a person familiar with the investigation. It comes as ICE is ramping up its arrests nationwide. A source familiar told NBC News the agency arrested more than 1,300 people this past Saturday and 1,100 on Sunday, up from 600 per weekend day on average last month. David and Marisa.
Alice Barr, live from Washington this morning. Alice, thank you.
U.S. Central Command released new video showing U.S. forces launching strikes against Iran. The latest wave of strikes was completed around 9:15 last night. Central Command says several military targets in Iran were struck during the 5-hour mission. It marked the 3rd consecutive night of strikes. A U.S. naval blockade of maritime traffic in and out of Iranian ports along the Strait of Hormuz will also be resuming today.
It's a bizarre and sad story across America. A man in Portland, Oregon pled not guilty to kidnapping charges yesterday. Officers say 31-year-old Daniel Vasey tried to pull a young girl away from her family Saturday. Officers say he was naked at the time. Several people stepped in to help the little girl before police finally showed up to arrest him. He is due back in court later this month.
A summer vacation ended in tragedy for a Georgia family in Florida. Authorities say a 4-year-old boy found an unsecured gun inside the family's car, then accidentally shot and killed his 2-year-old relative. It happened just as the family arrived at their Airbnb. Investigators say the case is still in its early stages, but they expect criminal charges to be filed.
All right, nonstop news is straight ahead. We've got crews on the scene of a high water rescue out in Medina County. We have a live report on what's going on and the very latest on what it means for folks here in Bexar County coming up.
Hi, can you see me and hear me? Can you see me and hear me? And do you have video? Do you have video? Do you have video? Okay.
Did you send them pictures, please?
They're working on it. Okay, please let me know. Okay, let me know if there's pictures. Somebody just tell me in my ear yes or no, because the crew left already. They've already left.
Now, your forecast first from the 4-Zone Weather Team, certified most accurate.
Well, heavy rain has fallen overnight across portions of our 4 zones, especially out towards the west of Bexar County, and we are looking at some problems with flooding already. Sun's starting to come up from our Raul Rodriguez log camera. As we look outside, flash flood warning remains in effect till 8 a.m. for Uvalde, Bandera, and Medina counties. Up to almost 7 to 9 inches of rain has fallen in that area. Flooding is being reported. Another area that we're watching is up here to the northeast of San Antonio. That is definitely another one right on the northeastern sections of Bexar County going towards Comal County. They have flooding taking place in this area as well. Unfortunately, radar is continuing to show even more rain falling in those flooding areas, and so we are going to see the possibility of extensive flooding taking place across our area. Unfortunately, some of the heaviest rain right now is over the Sabinal area. Hasn't moved very much. Canepa as well, and that is sitting in place. We'll be watching that as well. So in the meantime, Bexar County, yep, it's raining. There are some heavy pockets, so be careful if you're going to be out and about on the roadways. We'll keep you updated on what's happening as we go through the next hour.
This is News 4 San Antonio Today, the only local news station with nonstop news.
It is what we do. We do it really well, by the way, in the rain. Nonstop news starts right now. We are the only TV station in town commercial free until the top of the hour.
We have you covered this morning. You just heard from Siobhan, and she'll give us another look at weather in just a few minutes.
I want to go right, though, to the field right now. Christina De Leon is out on the scene there in Medina County. I believe there was a high water rescue. Is it over? Are we good on that?
It is over, and great outcome. Do we have the video? Somebody please tell me if we have the video of what we shot earlier. Okay, good. Thank you, Jesus. Okay, we've got video of that. Let's show you what we got here. It was quite a scene here. Let's go to the video here. You can see all the emergency crews. The ladder truck was out. Everybody was out here to rescue a man who unfortunately could not see and drove right into this. We were told he was handed a life jacket, and rescue crews were able to get to him to safety. Now, you can't see much because we were kept at a distance. There was an ambulance out here just in case, but we were told that he was rescued safely. That is the great news, and I'm so grateful for that because it is so dark out here. You really don't know what you're driving into. This is off 4516 near Hondo in a little city called Cuija. And that is the good news, if there is any, from this outcome here. Rescue crews quickly left the scene, and law enforcement told me that this was a good outcome. If there's going to be any in this type of situation, this area got as much as 10 inches of rain. Siobhan was talking about it here in this little area just west of our area here near Hondo. It's a little town off 4516. They were kind of the bullseye mark here, and this little feeder road goes off into a little creek area, and this poor guy just drove right into it. It was very dark, and it's very hard to see, but he was rescued safely, and we're very grateful for that. So the scene is clear here off 4516. The rain is starting to come back down again here. It is just a reminder just to be safe out there. If you are driving and it's still dark, please just turn around. It is not worth it. This is a low-lying area. We will send it to Joy now with a look at the roadways and how they look in the San Antonio area as well. Joy will send it to you.
Christina, thank you. Stay safe out there this morning. We do have a little bit of a rough morning as far as your commute. Obviously, that was just one example of what you could see here in San Antonio. Not as much flooding as what we're seeing to the west and to the north. However, still very wet. We do have some low water crossings closed here in Bexar County as well. I want to talk to you about those accidents we've been following. So here in the southbound lanes of I-35 on the northeast side, we have an accident as you're approaching Walsham Road. Still some congestion left behind that. And an update to the crash along I-10 at UTSA Boulevard. That has cleared. Live look here. Congestion already starting to thin out. Now let's talk to photojournalist David Mendoza, who is live in Road Cam this morning, seeing how things are shaking up here in the city. David.
Hey, good morning, Joy. Just leaving that shooting scene right now, making my way from the west side to where I'm at right now, 35 in the downtown area. Now, we do have wet roads. I've seen a lot of wet roads, see some ponding on the north side especially, but right now I'm looking at the northeast. Like you were saying, we got that problem going on Walsham. It's looking very congested on 35 north right now, 35 and 410. That's where I'm going to head. I'll let you know what that looks like here momentarily. Back to you.
David, thank you. That is the latest with your on-time traffic.
Joy and David, thank you. Today, a federal judge could shape the upcoming trial of former Uvalde CISD Police Chief Pete Arredondo. The judge will hear arguments on whether Border Patrol agents who responded to the Robb Elementary School shooting will testify. The federal government has said in the past, agents do not want to testify, even though both prosecutors and Arredondo's defense team want them to take the stand. The trial is currently scheduled for next year.
President Trump wants Texas Democratic Congressman Henry Cuellar out of office, even after he pardoned Mr. Cuellar and his wife in a federal bribery and conspiracy case. The president says he never expected the congressman to run again, at least not as a Democrat. He would like Webb County Judge Llano Tijerina, who is a Republican, to replace him. The president says Judge Tijerina is stronger on border issues, taxes, and the military. 6:46 now on this very rainy Tuesday morning. Southwest falls from America's most punctual airline to rock bottom, and they did so in about 6 months.
And EV chargers are going up all over the place in the South. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and much more. Good morning, Jane.
Hi, David and Marisa. Good morning. As electric vehicle chargers proliferating in southern states as Fast food restaurants, stores, and other businesses try to lure customers. Now, the New York Times says some of the fastest growth in electric vehicle sales and charging stations is taking place in states like Texas and Florida. Now, in Georgia last month, there were 29% more charging ports than a year ago, according to Perrin. That's a firm that tracks electric vehicle data. Of course, we know Buc-ee's has those charging stations. Well, the first half of this year saw Southwest Airlines go from the most on-time air carrier to the most tardy. Southwest started the year with on-time performance of about 80% in January, but that number dropped to 65% in June, according to OAG. Now, the weekend of June 19th, Southwest had more than 2,000 delays. There were thunderstorms in Dallas and Chicago that weekend that really hurt Southwest. And Apple has surpassed Samsung last year for smartphone sales. Now, Samsung has retaken the crown. Counterpoint says Apple's loss is at least partially due to the ongoing global memory chip shortage, which has led fewer people to buy phones. And in fact, global smartphone shipments were down 11% last quarter to the lowest level for that period in more than a decade. And a new DoorDash report found the cheapest burger combo in America, so burger and fries, is in Austin, where a burger and fries meal costs $12.94. That comes from the company's annual Cheeseburger Index, which tracks menu prices in cities across the country. Also Laredo, big burger bargains there. DoorDash says a burger combo in San Antonio runs $15.55 on average. Okay, stocks fell sharply yesterday. Tensions flared up with Iran. We had those AI stocks that were so strong Friday, led everything lower yesterday. Energy was the only shelter on those rising oil prices. Now this morning, the Dow's pointing down about 500 points. IBM just out a few minutes ago warning about its profits. That is sending the Dow lower this morning. We get inflation numbers here shortly, so it's shaping up to be a pretty busy day. Live from the New York Stock Exchange, I'm Jane King. Back to you.
Jane, in more pressing matters, Marisa has an idea.
The burger.
She has no, actually not the burger. She has a theory on Southwest Airlines and why they've gone from first to, I guess, last.
Well, because they did the assigned seating. Is that not right, Jane? I think it's because they did the assigned seating recently.
I've got to give them a pass because it sounds like that weekend of June 19th, they just had some weather issues, and including in Dallas, which is where they're headquartered.
Right.
So, let's see how they do in July. But it seems like it might have been kind of an aberration.
Marisa was talking, while you were talking, Marisa was talking about bags and getting on and wanting to, not check anything. And my theory
Let's
was,
see what happens.
if you're going to fly, you got to book, you can't always go cheap, Jane. Sometimes you got to check the bag and pay the $50 fee.
I don't need to check a bag.
Yeah.
I'm just carrying one bag, and I'm going to put it up above my seat. But
That's
sometimes
what I try to do. Fit everything. You don't have to worry about it getting lost.
Yes.
Yep. You just have to wear stuff over and over again.
God, I want to travel. I want to go on vacation with both of you so badly. The great Jane King live in New York. Jane, have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks.
Jane doesn't know you're a clothes horse. You wouldn't wear the same thing over and over. Norway soccer star Erling Haaland. Oh, everybody loves this dude. Is back home. Look what he's carrying when he got off the plane. That is a taxidermied raccoon and a bottle of whiskey, I believe. That's what we're told. He bought both of them apparently in Dallas when Norway was playing there. He posted the picture on Instagram. People love this dude right now. He's asking for names for his new pet, or buddy or whatever. Cowboy, Ranger, Tex, or Roe, otherwise known as Raccoon on Wheels. Those are some of the names that have been, I guess, offered up.
I don't think you're supposed to handle a taxidermy thing like that. You're supposed to just set it.
What's going to happen to it?
I mean, because it takes a lot of time to do that. You're going to ruin it, right? I don't think you're supposed to touch it.
I think the raccoon will be fine.
France fans are ready for their team's World Cup game later today. They lined up in Dallas yesterday outside a hotel to welcome the team and send them off to practice. Fans are hoping the team gets back to the World Cup final. They lost to Argentina in 2022 World Cup in Qatar. 4 teams are left in the World Cup, and they are the top 4 ranked teams in the world. France and Spain play each other today at 2 in Arlington. England and Argentina play at 2 o'clock Wednesday in Atlanta. And the third place game is on Saturday, and the championship match is Sunday at 2 p.m. in New Jersey.
Watch all the action on our sister station, Fox San Antonio. We, of course, will have the latest information on our website and our social media pages as well.
Now your certified most accurate 4-zone weather with meteorologist Siobhan Anders.
Good morning, everyone. Well, we have had some flooding taking place already. We've been talking about it for the last couple of days, and it has arrived. Outside from our OLB Rodriguez weather camera, we are looking at some wet roadways. The light rain has continued to fall. There are some pockets, though, of some very heavy rainfall, especially up to the northeast of San Antonio. 77 currently outside with rain falling. One area overnight and early this morning that has seen over almost 7+ inches of rain is the 3 counties that you see here in the red outline. It is including Medina County, Uvalde County, and also going to see, of course, Bandera County included. All of these areas have seen 7+ to almost 9 inches of rain, and rain continues falling. So flooding is taking place in these areas. Please be careful if you're out and about, because definitely going to have to stay away from the low water crossings. Keep weather aware and be watching the creeks and streams. Another area that we've been watching is up to the northeast. It does include sections of Bexar County, just on the edge of the county line between Comal and Bexar County, Timberwood Park area, definitely going up towards Canyon Lake. They also are experiencing some flooding, as they've seen anywhere from 3 to 4 inches of rain in the last couple of hours. Rain continues to fall across the area, so the ground that is already saturated, it is definitely getting more rain, and that is one reason why we could see some more flash flood warnings going into effect. As we continue out to the west, some of the heaviest rainfall so far, Sabinal right now has been under the gun for at least the last hour. They continue to see some lots of lightning and a pretty strong storm system sitting right over them. Uvalde, you also are seeing, of course, that heavy rainfall. Some of the rates are 1 to 3 inches per hour. As we go back to San Antonio, Bexar County, have some pockets of some heavy rainfall, especially right now up to the northeast. China Grove going up towards Schertz has been seeing some activity. And then if you're going up I-10, Bernie towards Helotes, which saw a lot of rain in the last couple of days already. So this is another area that is, of course, going to be dealing with, of course, heavy rainfall, excessive rainfall. Flood watch continues. It stays in effect until Thursday evening. We've got to get through today, tomorrow, and Thursday before we start seeing things letting up. One problem with that, grounds are saturated. We could have some more flooding issues, maybe some life-threatening flooding. We'll keep you updated, of course. Keep our weather app at hand, and we'll always let you know what's happening. 76 degrees outside. It is rain-cooled right now, but as we go through our future tracker, you'll see radar and clouds. More rain continues out to the west. Then by the time we get to this afternoon, settles down just a little bit. Then as we go into tonight, overnight, into your Wednesday morning, more rain begins to develop. More heavy downpours continue all over grounds that are already saturated, which is going to lead to the possibility of some daily heavy rainfall and daily flooding taking place. As we get into Thursday morning, again, another round of some very heavy rains continue across the area. We are expecting a majority of the heavy rainfall, though, to stay out to the west. They're saying anywhere from maybe 10+ to almost up to 15 inches could be seen as we get through the next 7 days. Here in San Antonio, anywhere from 1 to almost 4+ inches. That number could also be going up. So be careful if you're going to be out and about today. The rains will come and go. 85 degrees, 70% chance of rain here. More rain out to the west. Unfortunately, rain stays with us all the way through Friday. Finally starts drying out for the weekend. Temperatures go up, but we've got to get through the next 3 to 4 days. Be careful, turn around, don't drown, stay out of the low water crossings, and keep your weather app close at hand on your phones. We'll keep you updated as we continue through the morning.
Some fresh accidents here that you need to be aware of. This is one of them here on the northeast side, southbound lanes of 35 at Judson. And as you can see, we have traffic all the way stretching back to Loop 1604. This is one of several new accidents popping up. Also on the northeast side, I-35 southbound approaching Walsham Road. That one, the delay is starting to thin out a little bit, was slowing us down earlier when we first saw it appear. We have another crash on the northwest side, eastbound lanes of I-10 at Huebner. Another spot where things are moving slowly. Because we have the weather that we're dealing with, any additional issue is just really going to compound with that. Wet roads this morning. Photojournalist David Mendoza live in road cam to show us what that's looking like. David, good morning.
Hey, Joy. Well, I gotta say, I don't like what I'm seeing. We've had very consistent rain all morning long, and the impacts of that are definitely being seen right now. Right now, I am 35 northbound and Binns Engelman. We got a lot of slowdowns, ponding on the highways. If it continues like this, it could really develop into a dangerous situation. I will leave you with that. Drive safe, be prepared, and be careful. Back to you.
David, thank you. Stay safe. That is the latest with your on-time traffic.
Joy, thank you. Chick-fil-A is bringing back their Cow Appreciation Day today. If you show up in your best cow-themed attire, any participating location will give you a free entree in-store. Kids who show up with their best moo makeovers will also get a cow cart toy. This is the first time the promo has been held since the pandemic. The day honors the fast food chain's birthday, which today is its 80th birthday. Happy birthday, Chick-fil-A.
Happy birthday. You don't have to make a noise or anything, right, when you show up?
No, but it would be helpful.
Okay.
Thanks for watching.
Oh, my. Today's a gift. Make it count. Be safe out in the rain.
Great. Mic check, please.
Marisa, mic check. 1, 2, 3.
You're waking up to News 4 San Antonio today. We're here for you.
Good morning. I'm Marisa Mendoza. Let's take a look at your roadways this Tuesday morning.
cameras, our security cameras as TransGuide cameras, because this is insane that we can never get a shot from them. Okay, I guess call, but I'm headed that way. Yep. I'm at 410 and 281. I'm a little bit away. Maybe, with weather. Yep. Bye.
Yes, ma'am. We're going to switch out cars. Can you walk us out, please? Okay, fine. You're 162. 162. Yeah, second half time, sorry. 012. 720. 720. Yes, ma'am. Can you just let everybody know the gate on the west side of the substation is not working correctly? Stand for a copy of the gate on the west of the substation is not working correctly. Okay. Property found 6710 Greencastle Drive. One should be at 11. Good. Can you show me transporting one male inmate from 490 to University Hospital? Just confirming Hero is on the way, correct? Let me double check through that.
Rock
I'm going to be giving a courtesy direction with us now to 137 Belden Avenue, starting mileage is 44574. B56 10797 Heights 10 East for major. Big vehicle. 0202. On the highway. Heading to the hospital. Amen. from allowing anyone to get in here. I copy, it's fine. 230, if you can start that way with 220. Yes, sir. 260, trying to call. Yes, sir. Can I myself at 240 get this one, please? I'm sorry. Okay. And 230. All they told me was they're on the way, but they wouldn't give me any TA. Before you get into that crash on Warsburg Park now, almost on it. 5270, 5240. I changed that fire. 2813 Hillcrest. Responding. It's 27 responding. Yeah, we have a working fire. We have smoke showing on a one-story strip center. Engine 23 is going to be for the line. Engine 27 is right behind us. They can catch a hydrant. 23 will have command. Engine 23 is on scene of a working fire. It's going to be a one-story medium strip center. You're going to be stretching the line. Engine 23 has 5 o'clock command. 27 level 1 on the floor across the street from the structure. Commander 23, lay up the supply line if you can for right now. See how bad it is once we get this door open and see how much we have. We need supply. Command from engine 27. We may have to find a different hydrant because there's a lot of traffic on Babcock and if I lay a supply line, there's no PD to shut down the road right now. Is you want to try to shut down the road? We'll just lay a dry line for right now until we need a charge, then we'll have to block the road. Engine 19, level 1.
Hey, good morning, Joy. Yeah, not the best conditions this morning. Very wet out here. A lot of hydroplaning. I've lost traction a few times. We're seeing a lot of ponding on our highways too, especially there over on 281 in Brook Hollow. I saw that actually earlier in the morning. It wasn't as substantial as it is right now, but yeah, just something you want to be aware of. I've been all over the city. I've seen the east side. I've seen a little bit of the west side. Right now, I am over at Hillcrest and Babcock. We actually have reports of a, let me move over here really quick for you. We have reports of a structure fire at a strip mall center up here. Now, from what I've just heard, we have firefighters reporting smoke in the area. They're trying to figure out where they're going to actually hook up to right now because they don't want to block off Babcock Road. I'm trying to see if I can see some smoke actually just arriving onto this right now. Yeah, here they are over here getting ready to deal with the situation. PD just arriving on scene, firefighters getting their oxygen tanks on. I'll be able to update you with what is actually going on here shortly, but for now, the roads are wet. Be safe out there, exercise caution, and keep your head on a swivel. Back to you in the studio.